Thank you. Good evening, councillors, members of the gallery and our viewers live streaming tonight's meeting. My name is Councillor Linda Messina and I'm the Mayor of Darebin City Council and the chairperson of tonight's meeting. It is my pleasure to welcome you all to tonight's council meeting. I declare this meeting open at 6:12 p.m. Item number 1, welcome. Darebin City Council acknowledges the Wurundjeri Wurrung people as the traditional owners and custodians of the land and waters we now call Darebin, and pays respect to their elders past, present and future. Council pays respect to all other Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities in Darebin. Council recognises and pays tribute to the diverse culture, resilience and heritage of the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people. We acknowledge the leadership of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander communities and the right to self-determination in the spirit of mutual understanding and respect. The health and safety and wellbeing of our community has and will always be paramount consideration of this council. Council continues to be guided by the government directives and wants to be able to do the right thing for the health of our community during the COVID-19 pandemic. This council is being live streamed by the link on council website, so the public will be able to view the proceedings of the meeting. The meeting is also being recorded and will be made available on council website as soon as practical after the meeting. Before we begin tonight, I want to set out my expectations in regards to our behaviour and language that we use, and remind councillors of our obligations under the Code of Conduct. At Darebin, we pride ourselves on being progressive and contemporary council. And in the interest of demonstrating exemplary leadership, I have high expectations that we will all be professional in our conduct and in our language we use throughout the evening, and respectful in our debate. Chamber is both a workplace and a public space, and we have the obligation to ensure that working environment and public forums are safe for everyone, both emotionally as well as physically. We have a lot to get through to tonight, councillors, and I expect that you ask the questions and direct them to me, or any comments through me as a chair, and I'll endeavour to make sure that everyone has an opportunity, and also make sure that we stick to time. Councillors, item number 1 on the agenda is membership, and I'd like to introduce the councillors in attendance. The Deputy Mayor, Councillor Gaetano Greco, Councillor Emily Demetriadis, Councillor Tom Hannon, Councillor Tim Lawrence, Councillor Trent McCarthy, Councillor Suzanne Newton, Councillor Susan Rennie and Councillor Julie Williams. Item number 2, apologies. There are no apologies. Item number 3, councillors, there's a disclosure of conflict of interest. Councillors and officers, are there any conflicts of interest to declare? I have, councillors, I wish to declare at this stage I have a general conflict of the interest in item number 9.1, notice of motion aged care services, due to my employment in the aged care sector. I'll therefore disclose that conflict of interest when we reach that particular item. Item number 4, confirmation of minutes of previous meetings. Councillors, can I have a motion for the adoption of the minutes of the ordering meeting held on the 22nd of March. That is moved by Councillor Lawrence and seconded by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? That item is carried. Item number 5, public question time. Councillors, will now move to public question time. During the COVID-19 health crisis and associated requirements, we have public questions being asked from the gallery this evening and also lodged online that I will read out. Actually, I've asked the CEO, Seal Wilkinson, to assist me because there are a few. Residents and interested persons have been asked to lodge their public questions by 12 noon today, and these have been circulated for the response to officers. Please note that public question time will not exceed 30 minutes in duration unless extended by a resolution by council through a procedural motion, in which case it may only be extended for one period for up to a further 30 minutes, not 30%. I will now commence with these questions have been submitted online and conclude with the members of the gallery, noting that these questions must and have also been provided to our officers this evening. I remind everyone that in line with governance rules, no introductory or background comments or preamble is permitted, so I'll only be reading out the submitted questions for those persons asking questions in person. Please do not make statements, simply read out your questions. Thank you. Is Christopher Wilkinson in the gallery this evening? No? Therefore, I'll hand that over to Sue, our CEO, Sue Wilkinson.
Thank you, Mayor. We have a question from Mr. Christopher Wilkinson. I want to just advise no relation. The question is, I raised an issue of hoon driving on Radford Road at the last council meeting on the 22nd of March. Since then, the incidents of hoon driving have only become worse. I have photos showing the state of the road. There are bits of tyre and burnt rubber everywhere. The local business owners and people living in the area have had enough. Last meeting I asked what was being done. Now I'm asking what is the time frame. It is only a matter of time before someone is seriously injured or killed. Thank you very much for the question, Mr. Wilkinson, and thank you again for taking the time to continue to raise the issues of hoon driving on Radford Road with officers. Council's really concerned about these reports, and as we did previously, I really want to encourage you to continue to report incidents of hoon driving and speeding to Victoria Police, and encourage you or any other concerned residents that require assistance with that to contact our officers who have asked to provide support. We, my staff, will continue to work in close contact with VicPol in order to assist them with their monitoring and enforcement activities. Furthermore, Council will investigate if physical changes to the road could assist to deter this behaviour. However, it's important to know that this would not be a quick solution. Each year, Council undertakes approximately 15 transport safety projects across the city, with changes to roads often taking 2 or 3 years from initial investigation to final construction. At its May Council meeting, Council will make a decision about its schedule for investigating road safety improvements, and at this time we'll be clearer about safety for safety projects and the next steps. There's a question from Mr. Reid, Mayor, relates to the same issue. I just wonder if Mr. Reid is present. Would you like me to read his question?
Thank you.
So, Mr. Reid from Reservoir, please advise what's being done both in the short and long term to address the hoons that frequent Radford Road. And then there's some information about someone who was killed on Radford Road after doing a burnout in 2019.
Oh, that's horrible.
Which I won't read. The question is very similar to the previous question and relates to the same issue. Thank you, Mr. Reid, and as I've said, I want to echo the advice I've just provided. Please do, it's very important that community members report incidents of hoon driving and speeding to VicPol, and I've asked that a responsible officer contact you to discuss your concerns further. Thank you, Mayor.
Is Kate DaCosta or Ewan Baker in the gallery this evening? No? I will read out their questions. They both have similar questions. As Council is aware, residents of Gertrude Street and Preston unanimously oppose allowing motor vehicle access to the new Bell Station car park via our residential street. Prior to council elections last year, many of you were contacted directly about the issue. During the election campaign period, many councillors expressed support for the residents in form of permanent closure of Gertrude Street to through traffic. Council received a petition in October last year seeking a trial road closure of our street along Adeline and Esther Street. The petition was tabled at council meeting in November 2020 with the support of many of you. Council officers subsequently advised us that the formal process of a community consultation needed to take place before final plans could happen. This process happened in February 2021. We were then given indicative timeline of May 2021 for the trial period road closure to actually have been implemented. In April 2021, there has been no update with the community on this and it is urgent and critical. Why not? Will the council commit to implementing a trial road closure of Gertrude Street as promised, and when will this happen? Are there any residents from Bell precinct that have similar questions that would like to approach the lectern so we can answer them collectively? No? Yes. There is? I'm too short. Obviously, I can't see the raised hand. Oh, there. Would you like to approach the lectern and please state your name? It stands in front of the camera. I couldn't see it. Can we have the microphone working?
Mayor, councillors, thanks for the opportunity to ask a question. Mayor, thank you for meeting with our concerned resident group last year on the 6th of December, taking the time to do a site visit of the LXRP works and the area around our station. You saw firsthand of the real safety concerns we have, and how dangerous it will become with traffic rat running these streets to access the new car park if the current plan goes ahead for the level crossing removal. One of the suggestions you made on the day was to investigate the prospect of Darabin using the open space fund to purchase a small section of the big track land on the west side of the station.
If it was for sale.
One of the suggestions you made on the day was to investigate the prospect of Darabin using the Open Space Fund to purchase a small section of the VicTrack land on the west side of the station, given that the state government has shunned the Darabin community at every step of this process. This small space could then be used as the entry to the new car park, where there are no residences and access could be taken directly from Bell Street. A win for motorists, a win for pedestrians, and a win for the whole community. Please can you tell us where this plan is up to? Further, please can you detail what specific actions Council is taking to ensure the LXRP and state politicians finally listen to the Darabin community and take access to the new car park west of Bell Station? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for commenting about our meeting, and I did discuss that with you. And I have been advocating for that proposal through our offices on more than one occasion. Unfortunately, that land is not up for sale, and I'm following the process through our offices to ensure that we continue to advocate for the acquisition of that particular pocket of that west side so that we can have access. But unfortunately, and I would like to read out where we're at, if I may. First of all, I go back to Kate's question in relation to community feedback. Council has been considering community feedback from the recent consultation and any options for the protecting local streets with extra traffic at our next council meeting on April 26. The Road Management Act details the formal decision-making process that council must use with respect to any road closures. Our officers will update interested community members in the next week so that everyone will know what about council's upcoming meeting. I would also like to note that we've been also advocating to the state government for many months for the design to be adjusted so that the traffic does not travel down local streets in order to access the commuter car park. We are disappointed and frustrated so far that the state government hasn't changed their design. I encourage you to contact the state government directly, as hearing from the community directly is often incredibly important for issues such as these. I've also spoken to the state member on a few occasions about the acquisition of land that unfortunately isn't for sale at this particular time. As per my response to Ms Da Costa and Mr Baker, Council has been advocating for months, and we're deeply disappointed that we're actually at a stalemate in that particular arena. Please, we will continue to advocate, and please stay in touch, but I will get back to you by the end of next week to have a further up discussion with you, Kate, Mitch, and Ewan. Is it Ewan? Sorry. But I will contact you through Mitch before the end of the next week and give you an update. Thank you very much for your question.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor, Mitch is unable to attend the meeting this evening, and he asked me to be a proxy for him. Could I please ask his question on his behalf?
Sure.
Thank you. When the state government announced that the Bell Street level crossing removal in Preston, and then subsequently 3 other adjacent level crossings were to be removed, nearby residents, the wider Darebin community, and the travelling public were excited. The public were buoyed by the possibilities that this project presented: a smooth run along Bell Street, uninterrupted train services, and ample open space for the local community to enjoy. In one of the announcements, Premier Daniel Andrews said, "You've got to let the communities drive these projects. That's how you get the best outcomes." Since that day, the Minister for Transport Infrastructure, the Member for Northcote, the Member for Preston, and the LXRP have willfully ignored the Darebin community, hiding behind whitewashed community consultation reports on the touchy-feely elements of the project and never giving the community their say on the core elements. Since 2018, the community has been writing to the above-mentioned politicians, hoping to drive this project, as the Premier had promised, and have been either ignored or offered mere lip service. This has become a situation where the state government is a bully, doing whatever they want and casually ignoring the things that rarely matter to the residents of Darebin, like keeping local streets local. We're taught to stand up to bullies. We need to face them. When is Darebin going to stand up with the local community to this bully to ensure the LXRP and state government don't tarnish our neighbourhood?
Can I ask you to read out your question? Sorry.
When is Darebin Council going to stand up with the local community to this bully to ensure the LXRP and the state government don't tarnish our neighbourhoods? When is Council going to push back on the LXRP and ensure that the new Bell Station car park is only accessed by an entry from the western side of the train line? Thank you.
Thank you. As I've indicated earlier, Council has spent many hours advocating on behalf of residents. We have, in this chamber, moved many motions to ensure that your voices are heard with the state government, not only with the members, the local members, but also with the LXRP. And I happen to know that our own CEO has been having constant meetings with the CEO of the LXRP advocating for our position. I'm disappointed that we have not made any progress in terms of actually having that project with what our mutual vision is, because it is our mutual vision. It's not Bell residents versus Darebin City Council. It is Darebin City Council with Bell residents advocating for the best outcome for local streets for our community, and we will continue to do so. And as indicated, I will speak to and get an update before the end of the week, and I will contact you personally so we can get an update, and I will go through that process once again.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay. We have one more question from Maddie Matry. Is she in the gallery? Would you like to approach the lectern? No? Did you just raise? Yeah. Oh, okay. No, I'm going through the list first. So sorry, you raised your hand. I thought you were Maddie, so apologies. Maddie's question reads, on Saturday the 27th of March, the LXRP deliberately cut down trees in Bell Station precinct in an area clearly designated as an environmental no-go zone. The removal of large trees of great significance of our tree and of our area and wildlife has been caused considerable distress to our community, as we have been engaging with LXRP to ensure we retain as much green space as possible. As soon as the actions were witnessed, LXRP were alerted and eventually the works were halted, but not before most of the damage had already been done. Despite numerous attempts, the LXRP have failed to acknowledge the incident or provided any explanation for what happened. What will Council do to ensure that the LXOP and their contractors are held accountable for their blatant disregard of environmental protection measures? Thanks for your question. Council is monitoring and pressure testing any tree removal by the LXRP and has thus far protected 29 trees that would have been otherwise been removed. Originally, the LXRP planned to remove all of the trees from this site, 63 trees in total. Council specialists call for many of these to be protected. The LXRP now is proposed to remove 34 trees. In regards to the trees that you've been asked about, the LXAP previously proposed retaining them after their recent safety audit to determine that they could not retain them from safely. Our specialist staff has been looked at the detail of this and ultimately agreed that unfortunately there's no viable option to keep them. The safety issue relates to exposed roots and the slope near the tree. This has meant that the tree and surrounding ground is unstable. I'm very sorry to hear that you haven't heard from the LXIP. Our team will call them and see if they can help ensure that you can get a response. The next question.
Thank you, Mayor. I wonder if Sulagara Lunas is here. I'll read her question. And this is on behalf of Darebin Greek Women Senior Citizens Group. Pardon me. Hi, my name is Sula and I'm the president of the Darebin Greek Women Senior Citizens Group. Our group meets every Wednesday at the Reservoir Library, but we're only allowed 22 people every Wednesday. Our members are very unhappy and they've come to the club once a month, 80 plus members divided by 22. Sorry, unhappy that they have to come to the club once a month. As I understand, the meeting venue upstairs is approximately 90 square metres and the newest rules from the Victorian Government are 1 person per 2 square metres. If that is correct, then we can have approximately 45 people in the meeting and not 22 as it is today. I would appreciate a review of the rules that apply until now. Thank you very much for the question, Sula. The Reservoir Community and Learning Centre is operating at its function room based on a COVID-safe plan, and groups are still required to maintain a distance of 1.5 metres in addition to the calculation of the 1 per 2 square metre rules, so that the rules need to be read together. The furniture's been set up to maintain this safe operation, in addition to ensuring safe movement and egress through the room is maintained. Officers have recently reviewed the layout of the room's furniture setup, and users are now being advised the capacity can increase to 28 people moving forward. Like you, Sula, we hope that soon we can open up all of our facilities to their maximum capacity very soon, and we'll keep you posted. Thank you.
Is Ruth Jelly? Would you like to come to the lectern and read out your question? Thank you, Ruth.
Testing? Good. My name is Ruth Jelly. I am a resident in Northcote. In fact, I live on High Street in Northcote, between Arthurton Road and the Plenty Road Junction. I also happen to be a cyclist. Please don't shoot me. And I live in Darebin because I can live in Darebin and I don't need to own a car. That's what I love about Darebin. I'm a very passionate Darebin resident. I've lived here for many years. So my question to all the elected members to Darebin Council is about your decision-making processes, in particular about the evidence that you draw upon when you make your decisions as our elected representatives in our local democracy. So in that, it's my understanding that Darebin Council employs a range of specialists in traffic management, road design, and probably many more that I'm not aware of. And so my question is, why do the councillors not want to make use of the work and the research and the evidence produced by those specialists and many more who might be involved in, for example, putting together a feasibility study, incorporating proposed designs for something like, for example, a pop-up bike lane along that wide, wonderful section of High Street in Northcote and Thornbury. And also I call on you as our elected representatives and question your commitment to not only making your decisions based on evidence-based decision-making processes, but also your commitment to contributing to that evidence base, which is a very important part of evidence gathering, and that includes gathering qualitative data from the community across Darebin. So my question to all elected representatives here this evening, and I would be happy to hear from any or many of you, is that will you make a commitment to the Darebin community to base your decisions on the evidence presented to you by your own staff on the council and other specialists that you might employ, and where relevant, commit to seeking evidence before proceeding to a vote on any matter that is presented at council meetings?
Thank you for your question, Ruth. All Darebin councillors take their responsibility as elected representative of the community and decision-making seriously. As council, we make decisions that are informed by all of the information available to us, including briefings, officer recommendations and community opinion. On this occasion, council made a decision that was different from the officer's recommendation, which does happen. The reasons for these outcomes are generally explained and clear through the debate of the item being considered. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is Claire Layden from Reservoir in the gallery? Is that a hand? Yep. Claire, would you like to approach the lectern? No? I thought I saw a hand. Okay. I'm seeing things this evening. Claire from Reservoir, her question is regarding the Northern Reservoir Streets for People project. Can you please confirm if council can definitely commit to complete the works on the east side of the corridor, New Street, McMahon Road, Boulderwood Parade, roundabout, in particular the pedestrian crossing from McMahon, Boulderwood roundabout, and whether design for this stage will be included in the 2020 budget? The draft budget that council is considering tonight proposes $30,000 for the location you've asked for. The proposed for the detailed design for McMahon-Boulderwood intersection, and the design includes pedestrian crossings, construction will be in the future year. In June, after council has considered community feedback, it will confirm its project for the 2021-22 year. Is Bill Jennings in the gallery this evening? Good evening, Bill. Would you like to approach the lectern and read out your question?
Thanks very much, Mayor Messina, councillors and council staff. My name is Bill Jennings and I live in Rowan Street in West Preston. I've got 3 questions. The community group, the Northcote Community and Golf Hub, are grateful to council for informing us that the highest number of games of golf for the last 8 calendar years, over 22,500 games, were played at the Northcote Public Golf Course last year, even though for 1/3 of 2020, golf was not allowed to be played at the Northcote Public Golf Course due to the COVID-19 restrictions. Can council confirm what I am observing anecdotally at the Northcote Public Golf Course, that there appears to be a continuing trend of a high number of people playing games of golf there in this calendar year? Could council report on the number of games played January through to March inclusive in 2021? Question 2, further to question 1 above, could council regularly update the community with these numbers on a quarterly basis? And question 3, with respect to the consultation process regarding the Northcote Public Golf Course, could council advise in what format will the consultation take place? When can the stakeholders expect to be contacted? And what is the timeline of the consultation, including when the final report will be submitted to council? Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Jennings, for your questions. So the team have provided me with information that says in January there were, hang on, I'll just put my glasses on, 2,803 rounds played, and in February 2,270. monthly figures for March haven't yet been finalised, but we expect that in the next week or so. And as you know, COVID restrictions were lifted in a bit of a lumpy fashion, and golf was one of the first things to return. And so what we've seen both at Northcote but also in Bundoora, at our other golf course, is higher than normal participation than we've seen historically in golf. It's not clear to us yet whether that's because for a short period of time that was the kind of formal recreation facility available to some of the community, or whether that's a lasting trend. In terms of producing and updating you on the figures, more than happy to do that quarterly. We can provide those. And in terms of your third question regarding consultation, the consultation will commence in July. And the initial phase of the consultation will involve broad and extensive consultation with a range of stakeholders, so all of the interested community groups and individuals. And it'll occur through a variety of methods, including surveys. We'll do pop-ups. You'll have the opportunity to drop in and talk with the team at booths, targeted conversations and very specific conversations with a range of identified key stakeholders. And then once the information from that is analysed, then it'll be presented to Council, and Council then determine what to do next. So the last 6 months of the year, really. No worries.
Thank you. And the next question submitted is from David Schultz from Reservoir. Is David in the gallery?
Mayor, I wonder if I might move a motion to continue question time for a further 30 minutes.
Yeah, I was going to request that, but I was just wondering if we might not have any questions in the gallery, so we'll just see. Is David Schultz in the... Okay, I'll read out David's question. And then, do we have any questions from the gallery this evening? Okay, so we'll have a continuance, so I'll accept that. That's 30 minutes. Moved by Councillor Rennie, seconded by Councillor Julie Williams. All those in favour? That motion is approved. David Schultz's question from Reservoir. Can Council explain why the consultancy fee is so far over budget, and provided a breakdown of what projects the consultants have been engaged for? Thanks, David, for your question. The consulting fees for the 2021 are 10% over the budget due to the local government power purchase agreement that Darebin Council is leading on behalf of 47 councils. The costs incurred current overspend will be offset by contributions that will be received from other 47 councils. Now I'll ask members of the gallery please to approach the lectern and state your name and ask your question. Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor and councillors. My name's Jan Powning and I've lived for 23 years in Mitchell Street, Northcote. I apologise for not knowing your procedures, so I'll just say where my questions are coming from first. I wrote a letter this week to yourself and the CEO, and I sent copies to all councillors. Can I just ask, first of all, get an indication if councillors have seen my letter? Thank you very much. Some have. I haven't got the letter in front of me. It had 8 questions in it, and I'll be brief. I'll have to do them off the top of my head, but I raised 4 questions in relation to safety, road safety. 1 question in relation to the street plantings of trees, and most critically, I think, 3 questions in relation to building approvals. So in relation to the road safety, first of all, I asked in relation to the junction of Separation Street and Andrews Street in Northcote, what is being done there to provide a crossing to make it safe for many, many people who cross there daily into the park or into the plaza. I raised this issue over 2 years ago with my local...
So that's your question? So,
I want to know, I want to know what is being done there, since I was told something would be done, and who is accountable for, who is responsible for taking that decision. It's question number 1. I asked also that be considered in relation to the budget to put something there for safety. The second question is in relation to Clarendon Street, where there is out between Sarakos Market and the council-owned, I believe it's council-owned car park opposite. I've been going there for many years, about 20 years, and it's a very unsafe spot. It beggars my imagination or anybody else's that there's not a simple zebra crossing there. I know that it's considered by residents in that street that the traffic's far too fast, and it's an amenity that should be protected. So I'm asking, when will a crossing be put there for the safety of people who are going daily in large numbers, particularly elderly people struggling across in that spot, and who is accountable for neglecting it so far? That's question number 2. Question number 3 is distressing in relation to road safety. The corner of St David's Street and Darebin Road is a known black spot. It's very risky to try and cross from St David's Road over Darebin Road, and there are often near misses, and I know from reading statistics that there are crashes there. Why has nothing been done to protect that? When will lights be put in there, or some other substantial traffic calming and safety device like either lights or a roundabout? Who is accountable for not taking any notice of that black spot up till now? I've got one more question in relation to road safety, and that is in the...
3 questions.
Pardon?
That's 3 questions.
Yes, how many am I allowed to have?
You're only allowed 3. So can we just take your questions on notice? We received your email, and I'll ensure that the CEO and the General Manager reply to your questions and copy councillors in relation to those questions that you've submitted in writing.
I did say I was unfamiliar with procedure, or I would have also asked now about the planning decisions, which are absolutely terrible and have to be corrected. Even some of the planning decisions are so bad that the VCAT, which normally sides with developers, has recently had to overturn a decision made by this council in relation to 1 Wardrop Grove, a major mansion there that used to belong to the mayor of this council is about to be pulled down through greed and spite, and it was totally approved by this council.
Yeah, well, that's a statement. I'm not familiar with that VCAT hearing, but we'll take those questions on notice, and I'll ensure that the CEO and the General Manager reply to you before the end of the week.
Okay, I
Thank you.
accept that.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening and presenting your email and your questions to us. Are there any other further questions from the gallery before we go to a question that's been submitted? Are there any other questions? No. Okay. Sue?
Mayor, I do have a question from Katerina Balasi. Would you like to ask the question, Katerina, or would you like me to read it? You or me? You?
You can either ask your question or the CEO can read your question.
You want me to do it? Okay. Thank you. You happy for me to do that? Ms. Balasi lives in Preston and has for a long time. She told me earlier. She has an issue with trees on the nature strip of her property and is requesting that we send a team down to have a look at it, not just from a width perspective, but also from a height perspective. She's quite concerned about the risk associated with the height of the street tree. And Mayor, I've asked Sam Hewitt, the General Manager of Operations and Capital, to ensure that a team member goes and visits at her home and talks to our resident in the next week or so.
Fantastic. Thank you for coming in this evening and lodging your question. Councillors, now we do have submissions during the council meeting this evening during the agenda. Can I ask a show of hands who in the gallery will be making submissions? Caroline, yep. Two? Great, thank you. Do we have your item numbers? 7.1?
Yep, 7.1.
7.4. Yeah. We can hear them now if you like. Caroline, would you like to approach the lectern and put in your submission?
Carolyn Lunt, 10A Ross Street, Northcote, been a resident now for 40 years, celebrating. Madam Mayor and Councillors, my submission concerns a 2041 deliberative panel, of which I'm a community member, and the vision statement. I've been far from satisfied with the panel outcomes. It was rushed and chaotic, and I fear councillors have been misled about the process. I wish to emphasise two key problems. Firstly, the vision put before you is simply not the outcome of consensus among the 40 panel members. As should be expected, attempting to achieve consensus across 40 people of diverse backgrounds and experience was always going to be difficult. This was compounded by short timelines and a desire to hammer out something that could be reported to councillors. This glossed over and ignored diverse views within the panel. To paraphrase an old saying, if you give the task of designing a horse to a committee, don't be surprised if they come up with a camel. I've no doubt that the vision statement you have received is that camel. Secondly, most importantly, the camel has not been subject to any level of approval by the panel. We did not have the opportunity to meet. We haven't met yet as a group to discuss the final draft, and we did not formally approve it. Can I suggest a couple of possible solutions? In the first place, the panel should be asked to reconvene to discuss the extent to which the vision statement is supported. If it's supported by a wide-ranging consensus, then that should be advised to Council. However, should there be significant dissension, then a dissenting report should also be advised to Council. In that way, councillors could be presented with a greater diversity of views rather than a single camel that's been subject to high degrees of compromise. I recommend this approach to you as a council that values diversity in all its forms. One more line. I would hope that you can also accommodate receiving diverse views from your deliberative panel prior to confirming the vision statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Caroline. Can I ask the second person to please approach the lectern and state your name and what item number you'll be addressing your submission to?
I'm a resident of Northcote and an enthusiastic member of the Darebin Active Older Adults community. I would like to make a submission in favour of Council endorsing the 21-22 draft budget allocation in full for Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre in order for the project to proceed to tender without further delay. NARC plays a vital role in providing outstanding services for active older adults, and this in turn has created an extraordinarily unique and important social community of diverse and inclusive people, and a major reason why we continue to attend such a dilapidated centre. However, we know this will soon come to an end, and the need for a replacement in Northcote is now paramount. Whilst we welcome a project of such magnitude and appreciate this will be a long-term undertaking, we feel any further deliberations will simply add more cost and delay the project even more. The plans for a state-of-the-art facility have been endorsed by the community. Council has already costed and accounted for the new centre, and we believe it is now time to get this project started. Thank you.
Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Is Vasilios in the gallery this evening? I noted there was a submission. I just wondered if you wanted to read that out. Thank you. Are there any other questions or submissions in the gallery? No. Thank you. Thank you very much for coming in this evening. Councillors, now we move over to item number 6, petitions. I understand there are no petitions to be tabled this evening. You have a petition?
No, I'm for showing amended motion number 7.
Oh, so we're going. The first report to consider this evening is item number 7.1, Darebin 2041 Community Vision.
I have an alternative motion to move.
Okay, that's moved by, have you circulated that motion?
Should we not move to questions of the officers first, please?
Oh, okay, yes. Well, yes, absolutely. Do we have questions to the officers? Councillor Rennie?
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Messina. I wonder if the officers could outline for us the process that would be followed from now in terms of how and when the community vision would go back to the deliberative panel, as the submitter has suggested, for them to review and revisit it.
Thank you, Jodie.
Through the Mayor, the process from here is that Council has before them tonight the draft community vision as it is tonight. From here there are a couple of more steps. So one step is to take that draft in its current form.
Jodie, I'm not sure the audience can hear you. If you could just try and speak into the mic a bit.
Sorry, I'm allowed to lift the microphone. So councillors, the process from here would be the draft vision as you see it tonight would proceed to the Darebin New Citizens Jury for a process of consultation with children and young people to gather young people's views. It will also be proceeding to the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee for their input as well in terms of consideration, and also Council, through this recommendation tonight, we're proposing that Council also provide a submission back to the deliberative panel with our feedback on the draft community vision as it stands. The deliberative panel will reconvene on the 2nd of May, and as they reconvene on the 2nd of May, which is their first in-person meeting, all previous meetings have been online using Teams. Through that meeting, they will be then reviewing the feedback that they've received through that further engagement to then consider and finalise the draft community vision to come back to Council on the 28th of June.
Thank you. Are there any further questions? Councillor Newton.
Through you, Mayor Messina, through to the officers. So there's something I'd really like to be clear on, particularly as there's
I'd like to stand, Councillor Newton.
As there's a foreshadowed, do not lift up this microphone, as there's a foreshadowed alternate motion. Could you explain for us the difference between a community vision and what the councillor's role is in this decision?
Certainly. So the community vision is a requirement of the new Local Government Act, which came into effect in 2020. This is also the first community vision for Darebin City Council. So Council's role is to develop a community vision through deliberative engagement with the community of Darebin. That particular process itself is guided by our own community engagement policy, which outlines what deliberation would look like for Darebin. So our community engagement policy has two streams which consider deliberation. One stream is collaborate and the other stream is empower. So the current remit to the panel has been provided with the empower stream, and so essentially as a council there has been a decision to empower members of the Darebin community through the deliberative panel to prepare the community vision. That community vision then is something that is used to inform all of the strategic planning that council undertakes into the future.
Thank you, Ms Watson. Councillor Dimitriadis, then Councillor Hammond.
The officer report on page 11 states that the deliberative panel did not reach a consensus position about the community vision. Please correct me if I'm wrong. I believe the percentage of the panel that did not like the statement was 25%, and the percentage of the panel that really liked the percentage was 19%. Is that correct?
Through the Mayor, Councillor, off the top of my head, yes, that's correct. There was 25% that fully agreed with the community vision, 25% that felt that they could live with it, and were happy enough with it.
Sorry, can you clarify that again? Wasn't it 25% that did not like the vision?
Councillor, I would need to confirm back with my notes.
So my question then goes to why have we arrived at this vision statement when only 19% have really liked it, but 25% have not actually endorsed it and do not like it?
So, through the Mayor, Councillor, one of the challenges with a deliberative panel and establishing a piece of work like this is that in reality when you have 39 people, as Carolyn mentioned previously, it's unlikely and quite difficult to reach a consensus. So the approach that the consultants or the facilitators went through with the panel was to work towards something where there was a common objective. So additional time was provided. I think there was an additional 2 to 3 weeks provided beyond the original timelines to give the panel more time, which they had asked for, to then try to work through to reach a point of consensus. It was quite difficult to achieve and there were quite different views. There were less people that totally didn't like it than those that did and could accept it. And that's where we've landed with the draft community vision, acknowledging that at this stage there are still a couple of more steps in further engagement to be undertaken before it comes back to the deliberative panel to finalise the outcome.
Thank you, Jodie. Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. Can I ask the staff, please, how does the size and scale of this survey going into the deliberative panel, in terms of the community engagement that was done as preparation for that, compare with the size and scale of other surveys or consultations that Council has conducted in the past?
Through the Mayor, Councillor, I am not well equipped with enough of the background information in terms of all of the other surveys we have done. What I do know is it's one of the most extensive approaches that we've undertaken in terms of the breadth and depth of engagement through a range of different forms of broad engagement between December and February. We undertook a telephone survey, we also had a postcard survey, we had a Your Say website page for feedback, and we also did 9 pop-up sessions, 1 in each of the wards across Darebin, to ensure that we reached all areas and all segments of the population. The responses were around about 1,600 responses overall, and those responses responding to 3 particular questions around the future of Darebin, what we loved about Darebin just now, what we'd like to see Darebin in the future, and one other question I'm afraid I can't recall.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy, then Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Mayor. On page 11 of the agenda, and I'm not sure which page of the actual officer report, there's reference to a submission that would be presented to Council for endorsement at its meeting on the 26th of April in advance of the deliberative panel reconvening. The note that I have here from officers says that this will be an opportunity for Council to put forward any issues, concerns or matters that it wishes the deliberative panel to consider. I'm just wanting to first of all check whether that is still the case, whether Council should anticipate receiving such a report with officer advice and any other contributions that councillors wish to make at the 26th of April council meeting, which is not really that far away.
Through the Mayor, Councillor, you're quite right in response to some concerns around where the Liberty Panel landed with the community vision and the lack of consensus and majority agreement, if you like. The intent is still to proceed with an officer recommendation report to Council for consideration of a submission to the deliberative panel.
Thank you.
Thank you. The second question is also in relation to a reference in the officer report, which says that Council under the Act is required to complete the community vision process by the 31st of October of this year. I'm just wanting to understand, in terms of the timeframe that Council is operating in, obviously Council has anticipated adopting a community vision through the process by the end of June. However, it does say here, as I understand it, that we have until the end of October should we require it. Is there any impediment to Council adopting the community vision after the adoption of the Council budget and Council plan, which is also anticipated at the end of June?
Through the Mayor, Councillor, one of the key considerations for us in terms of our timing is that the new Local Government Act requires us in developing the community vision that also the other key documents required through the Local Government Act also give effect to that community vision. So our council plan, our 10-year financial plan that you're seeing here tonight, those documents as they reach their entirety need to give effect to the community vision. It would be difficult for us to achieve the completion of those other documents without a community vision being in place.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you. We've heard back from one person that was part of the deliberative panel this evening, and she felt that the process was rushed. Did other panel members feel the same way?
Through the Mayor, if I might, I would like to ask, just with regards to a second submission. Sorry, if governance could advise, please.
Through you, Mayor. There was a submission received from a Mr. Vasilis Tsoulis, I think it is. That was received today. However, Mr. Tsoulis wasn't in the meeting, so the submission was not read out.
You cannot read it out. You can't read out.
However, we did receive a submission, the content of which is consistent with the views of Ms. Lunt.
Okay. Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? Councillor Greco. Oh, sorry, I'm sorry. Apologies, Councillor Williams.
That's okay, thank you. And my second question, if panel members were not asked, I'm just wondering, were they asked direct question if they fully support the vision statement? Do you know if that question was actually asked?
My understanding is, Councillor, that there was essentially an individual survey of each of the members of the deliberative panel with the intent to provide them with safety to say what they really felt and thought about the vision. My understanding is that it was put to them whether they fully supported the vision or not, and they were asked to rate it on a scale of 4, which included the support it and can live with it for now, but would maybe like to see some change, and the other 2 elements, the last one being do not support it at all.
Thank you. Councillor Greco first, please.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I just had 2 questions. The first question is, I just want to confirm, given that we've heard from a member of the audience who was on the panel, that the community vision that is before us tonight has not actually been approved by the panel.
Through the Mayor. Councillor, at this stage and with the deliberative panel process, it's unlikely you're ever going to get full agreement of all 39 members of the panel, and so the process you go through is you absolutely try to seek that and aim for that, but it's frankly not common, and so what you seek for is a majority agreement whereby it's acceptable enough to proceed, and so that's where it was provided to us on the basis that, on balance, more people than not supported the community vision in the current form. That being said, we've obviously had some discussions and thoughts as well around what that means for us.
Thank you. Do you have
And the second question
supplementary
is
question?
just in relation to council having the opportunity to provide feedback at a submission. There is nothing. Is there anything prohibiting council in providing that submission back to the deliberative panel?
Through the Mayor, I don't believe there's anything preventing us from doing that, and in taking that approach, what we're seeking to do is to enable the deliberative panel to consider that feedback, to incorporate that into their thinking, to help them to reach an outcome.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Thank you. I did have 2 questions. One of those has just been answered. Councillor Greco confirming that the deliberative panel can receive a submission from council. The second one was just in relation to the implementation strategy on page 11. There's reference to engagement that's planned to occur with the Darebin Youth Citizens Jury and the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee and Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Corporation. Just wanting to confirm if council is currently on track to ensure that that engagement can occur before the document, and any feedback can go to the deliberative panel.
Through the Mayor, yes, I can confirm that that engagement is lined up and organised so that we can ensure that we have that back to coordinate and provide back to the deliberative panel well in advance of the 2nd of May.
Thank you.
Councillor Dimitriadis.
Just one final question. On the deliberative panel, we weren't told exactly how many people there were that didn't speak English at all, or how many people were over 80 years old on the deliberative panel who represent our community. Do we have those figures?
Councillor, I don't have those figures off the top of my head. What I can confirm is that demographics that we were looking for was put to council in the meeting in February for their confirmation and endorsement, and the panel has been determined to be representative of the community. There certainly are people over the age of 70, but I can't recall what the numbers of those over 80.
And what about people who don't speak English? Are they represented on the panel?
So, Councillor, that wasn't the question that we asked. The question that we asked people was whether they spoke a language other than English in the home. So that may mean that people may speak a second language but don't speak it at home, and we didn't capture that because of the question we asked, but that was the question we asked to determine the representation.
Thank you. Are there any further questions, councillors? Councillor Lawrence has foreshadowed a motion.
I'd like to move an alternative motion.
It has been circulated, is that correct, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, it has been circulated.
We'll wait for that to be... You need to stand. Can I ask that...
Sorry.
Show the respect.
I'd just like to confirm that officers point 4 has been placed in the second page.
Happy to second it.
So, can you just read out your last sentence, please, Councillor?
I was just checking that the second page was showing point
thank
4,
you.
which is advice back from officers, which has been included in the amended motion.
And you are supporting, you were seconding that motion?
Correct.
Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, Mayor Messina. Look, it's great to have people submitting, and even, you know, if they're giving us critical, or I consider it constructive criticism tonight about this process. It can't be a perfect process. In fact, the Local Government Act gives us a broad scope to do this deliberative process, which can be done both through an empowerment process or a collaborative process. So we've started that. I myself have, I've shared my thoughts about representation with councillors and officers. I don't think I have to dwell on that, but of course I'm looking that we reach into our Cole community more in the future, and I'm obviously looking that we reach into people who don't have university degrees, who are still an important part of our community. But again, this is not just a focus group, it's a deliberative discussion. We understand there's collaborators and coordinators who have suggested things. We understand that people have come back. I don't think there's a huge ideological divide on the committee. I think there is a desire to fine-tune things. And this motion, of course, we've then putting back some councillors' thoughts in terms of fine-tuning. So then obviously when we're talking about environmental issues, we're talking about biodiversity, we're talking about specific, actions on climate change and those things, sustainability. And obviously we've, put some points here about inclusion. The steps now going forward, which are also included in this amended motion, is to go back to our youth jury, to go back to our First Nations committee that can give feedback, and also to go back to the actual 39 people who are put in there. Now, I'm not one for ideological purity, because Darebin is such that it is that we're going to get a lot of views and a lot of different things. And I should mention there is still quite a lot of diversity on the 39 people, so it's not unrepresentative of Darebin, but we've also got some other survey techniques that have captured more people as well. So one of the things I think is important in the Act is that we engage in authentic engagement and consultation, and that might mean we give back ideas to the committee and the committee might reject our ideas. That might mean there's robust discussion about who's been heard and hasn't been heard. And of course, this is the first time we're doing it, so I think it'll be a learning curve about how we go forward. In this amendment, there is also sort of future actions in terms of engaging more deeply with our culturally and linguistically diverse communities. So that's sort of another thing that we can strengthen. So that's about all I can say on that. And I'll just
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence.
commend it to the
Before we go to the seconder, I'd like to ask Susan, the CEO, Sue Wilkinson, to make a comment.
Thank you, Mayor. Councillor Lawrence, can I just, team, if we could go back to the first page of the amendment. Councillor Lawrence, I just want to clarify with you, please. So the words that are on the screen are the motion that's been tabled. I've just noticed they don't include the reasons that you circulated today. So I just want to clarify that was your intent. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor Messina, I'm sort of in the hands of the bureaucracy there. I did try to cover some of the points of the rationales, but obviously I didn't cover all the points of rationales. So I wouldn't normally expect the rationale to be part of the motion.
Every item you've submitted has actually the word reason and then a sentence afterwards. So it's rationale, reason. Did you want that to be included with the alternate motion?
That's not my understanding of it, is because I would understand we've submitted to councillors the rationale. I spoke to some of those rationale points. It's up to others to
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Thank
have
you.
the debate.
We'll just wait.
Through you, Mayor. Thanks, Councillor Lawrence. So we'll take that as the motion, and we have some of the background information to support the submission preparation. So thank you.
Can we ask to go to? Can I ask the officers to move to question page number 2? Apologies, not question 2. Thank you. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to them?
I'd like to reserve my rights to speak, if that's okay.
Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'm speaking in opposition to this alternate motion. What Councillor Lawrence's motion does is tear apart a community vision. It's not acceptable to tear a community vision apart at council level. The engagement the officers talked about was being used to empower the community to develop a community vision. This council is made up of councillors from 2 different parties and 3 independents. I would never think to remove the word employment or labour from something because it relates to a political party. It's a community vision, not a councillor vision. And yet we have a community vision being ripped apart by councillors. Let's have a look at what the report talks about. This is not my words. These are the words of the engagement report and the panel itself. Okay, let's see. The themes that can be seen across all forms of feedback are greening the city. Okay, what else have we got here? Greening the city. The community values green spaces, parks as well as street trees, and want more of them, and the ones they have to be rejected and advanced. There is a desire for more safety for cyclists and pedestrians. A quote, I love that Darebin is progressive, green and committed to community building. I love the focus on environment and sustainability. The council has declared a climate emergency and now should act like it's in a climate emergency. When they did engagement, greener was mentioned by 28% of participants. Increased vegetation, shade, streets and public spaces. The consistent themes included greening the city, inclusive diversity, sustainability, safety and lifestyle. The report says this sends a very clear message about community expectations for the future of Darebin. It is not acceptable for councillors to tear apart a community vision because of political parties.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Does anybody want to say anything? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I have similar concerns about this alternative motion to Councillor Newton. I'd like to foreshadow the motion, putting forward the motion that was actually recommended in the agenda, because I believe the community at large in Darebin, as well as the 39 people who work so hard on this vision, have right to have it actually heard and actually read out in this chamber. So I'd like to foreshadow that as the original motion. Just in terms of the amendment or the alternative motion that is presented here, I share similar concerns to Councillor Newton on some of the sort of arbitrary pulling out of words here and there. But the one thing I'd really like to draw attention to is item C. No, sorry. It's 2A. The engagement type for deliberative panel be amended to collaborative level. So this is actually the second step that this council has proposed in watering down what began as the most empowering position we could have taken, to actually empower a representative group of people to make a decision which would not itself be binding, but would come to this council for review and to accept, and would need to have pretty strong reasons to reject it. It's already been watered down in our previous communication and engagement plan. This is the next step to actually do away with the notion of empowerment altogether. We're now moving down a rung.
Almost time.
So we're not even pretending to empower this group after all their hard work. It deserves to be empowered and a deliberative model, not a collaborative one.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. So do I have a seconder for Councillor Hannan's motion?
No, we have
An
to deal
initial.
with it. Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
He was in opposition.
Okay. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Garvey?
I'm going to speak against the motion that we have in front of us here from Councillor Lawrence, mostly because it's putting the cart before the horse. The officers' report and, in fact, the original motion that they put forward clearly outlines a process that Council is proposing to go through, whereby any feedback that council is proposing to give to the panel, concerns about both the vision, concerns about some of the priorities, anything of that nature, other things that they may wish the panel to consider, is proposed to come to us on the 26th of April. That is the process. That is the process that has been set up. That is the process that has been communicated to the panel. And instead what we have here is actually to jump ahead with that process. Rather than us actually having evidence and having some merit consideration of all the options, we have what one councillor thinks that we're being asked to vote on. And I don't think that's actually in the spirit of what a community vision is. The whole purpose here is for us to respect the role of those 40-odd people who have put their hands up to be involved in a process. I want to really echo the sentiments of Carolyn Lunt, who spoke to us and gave a fantastic submission this evening about her concerns. I don't agree with everything that Carolyn said, but I tell you what, I will stand behind her in terms of her wanting to stand up and say that she wants to feel ownership over this vision. And I think that every single member of this community panel would feel the same. If council is going to live up to that expectation, it needs to give the panel the feedback rather than changing their words, the opportunity to consider feedback from council rather than changing their words and purporting that to be their words. Instead, we are doing a disservice. We are actually, in fact, embedding the sort of, I would say...
It's 10 seconds.
The impact that Carolyn has described on everyone on that panel now, and it's completely inappropriate. I urge councillors not to support this and let us follow the process that's outlined.
Councillor McCarthy, thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. Firstly, I'd like to say that I'm supporting this amendment, and this is not tearing apart any community vision. The community vision actually forms part of the council plan, as we all know, and using words such as green, which unconsciously support any word that unconsciously supports any political party, should not be put in a plan or in a community vision. The word green, it's not only that it represents a political party, it's also that it's vague and unclear. As we had discussions previously with most of you, as you know, and I quote, it can be used as a green bottle, and that was from someone that we know. And then the words greenery was also listed as an issue. So the word green is actually also vague and unclear, and it should not be used in a plan or in any vision that could determine the future of Darebin or unconsciously support anything that we don't believe is clear enough. So as we've also heard from community members, the deliberative panel hasn't been a process of great success from what we've heard. This process needs refining, and we're not suggesting here to make major amendments. It's just small little amendments that can go back to the deliberative panel, and that they can work out how they can fix it collaboratively once they actually meet all together, and they can make the decisions together. Currently, it seems that the deliberative process in regards to the community vision has not represented the whole community. As we've seen, the representation on the panel doesn't look at people who can't speak English, doesn't look at the elder over 80s. There's been the vision that was stated was only accepted by 19%. 25% of people did not accept that vision, and that's alarming. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
Thank you. We've heard clearly back from 2 out of the 14 that are dissatisfied with the vision statement that were attending the deliberative panel. Possibly every one of those on the deliberative panel have never actually done a council vision statement before. This is my 3rd term being on council, and I would have to actually differ regarding reaching full consensus from 9 councillors agreeing with the vision statement. In my previous years, we've had always agreed on the vision statement. However, we have spent many more hours working on that vision statement as opposed to the deliberative panel have been given. I'd like to say that 9 councillors, particularly in this room, have been on council many, many terms. I've only been on 3 times. We're looking at other councillors been on 4, 5, 6 times. And we're talking many years of working and understanding what a vision statement should look like, be like, and that would be part of council's vision for 4 years. I think it's empowering that, and I thank the deliberative panel for those who have come together and who have worked on that vision. I'm just saying that we need to go with those who have not that experience, with councillors who have that experience, who are here this evening, who have worked on visions multiple times over many, many years. In saying that, us as councillors, we have our name to this vision. My name is put on this vision for 4 years. I don't think the deliberative panel has their name on that vision. So, in that case, this is why I accept the changes, and it has nothing to do, I personally think it has nothing to do with Liberal, Labor or Green, because in this room this evening we have 3 Independent, 3 Labor and 3 Green Party people.
Thank you. Are there any further comments or speakers? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'm speaking against this alternate motion because I think it reflects extremely poor process and a huge disrespect for the panel that has spent so much of their time coming up with a vision. I thank Ms Carolyn Lunt for coming tonight and sharing her thoughts about the process. I also thank her for taking the time to email us her thoughts about what a vision could look like. And I enjoyed reading that, and I actually felt it really aligned with my views. But my views don't matter in this scenario about the panel. I'm pretty agnostic in lots of ways about the changes proposed tonight. Whether the word green is in or out, I don't actually mind. What I do think is that we owe it to the panel of 39 or 40 people to give them feedback and to leave the decision in their hands. We owe it to that panel to make sure that the next steps in the process are fair and respectful of the time they have devoted. The Youth Citizens Jury and the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee should see the work of the panel. They should not see the work of Councillor Lawrence and some changes that have been made by this council. That is fundamental to this process. And ultimately, this is a process about power and...
Point of order.
Could you please describe your point of order based on the governance?
Point of order on governance
rules.
Personalising on one councillor. This is a matter that's been circulated to all councillors being submitted here. It's not a creature of my creation.
I think, if I'm correct, I think Councillor Rennie was alerting the fact that that was your alternate motion. So therefore, it is your views based on that motion. So I will allow it.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. We owe it to the panel and the time they have taken to make sure that we respect the next steps. I agree with Ms Lund that the panel should be given a further opportunity to work on this vision. They should be given that with the feedback that they receive from the Youth Citizens Jury, from the Darebin Aboriginal Advisory Committee and from this council. And I actually have confidence that if we gave the feedback that Councillor Lawrence wishes to give, if we gave that feedback to the panel, I have confidence they would actually take out the word green if they understood that it's divisive. But we should give them that opportunity. I lost a few seconds because of the notice.
I think the clock stopped when you...
it went down a bit further. But we should give them that opportunity. We should respect the days and days of time they have devoted and not muck with this ourselves. We have a further opportunity.
It's time. Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I just want to say some words. I actually want to take a very positive note. I think, first of all, we need to thank the panel. I mean, let's thank them for the work that they've been doing. They've been meeting. It's been difficult. We've heard from a member of the audience the divergent rules, the process being rushed. There's lots of factors there. And there's lots of divergent views amongst the panel. But let's thank the panel first and foremost. Councillors, I don't think we need to have a combative approach in relation to this. What we're doing through this motion, and I support this motion, is we're talking about feedback. This is what we're doing. This is what this motion does. It actually starts that fluid feedback process of suggesting to the panel what the changes that council are foreseeing to make. Now, you could do that at the outset, and I think it's only appropriate to do that at the outset rather than doing it at the end, where the panel goes through a whole series of deliberations and then at the end to spring on them, look, we actually don't like certain words, we're going to change. We're saying that up front. That's what this motion does. It says that up front, enables the panel to then to discuss those things and then also to deliberate on what our changes are, and it starts that two-way communication with the panel. The other thing too is that I agree with the words of inclusion and also with the words of multiculturalism. And the surveys that we've done, and the extensive surveys, multiculturalism is a key factor in there. Somehow it's sort of lost its way, and I'm glad that we're putting that in. And finally, I'll just say, is the question of empowerment and the engagement process. I'll make 2 points under that. One is that it's good that we see that we're going to be using bilingual facilitators, but the more important point is that if you have a panel that can't arrive at a conclusion, then how do you empower a panel that does not have a decision-making process built into it when you've got so many divergent views? So it's a bit scary then to give that sort of a panel an empowering role rather than a role of a collaborative role.
Are there any further speakers?
I need to raise a point of order. The point of order is under section 53, 1H, in relation to a misleading or false statement that was made.
What false statement and misleading comment was that?
Councillor Greco, in his statement just now, referred to the process that we would be undertaking were we to adopt what we have in front of us, and made the statement that this is part of the process of giving some feedback to the panel for them to consider. That is actually not what's happening here, Mayor. That is what was proposed in the officer's report. What is being proposed here is actually to change the wording of the panel and to put that in front of the Darebin Aboriginal Islander Committee and also the Wurundjeri Council and the Darebin Citizens Jury, and for them to consider those words rather than the panel's words. The opportunity that Councillor Greco referred to is actually what Council has before it on the 26th of April, where Council have the opportunity...
I accept that, Councillor McCarthy. Thank you.
Thank you. So if Councillor Greco could withdraw the statement, that would be helpful.
Can you withdraw that part of your statement, Councillor Greco?
Messina, I really can't withdraw that part of the statement because I heard from the officers earlier that the Council has an opportunity to provide feedback, and we can provide that feedback as part of this process, as part of this amendment that we're putting there. All what we're doing is changing the words.
Okay, councillors, I need to remind you of two things. First of all, my ruling is final, first in places. I've noticed that councillors are not standing when they're speaking to the chair, and I respect that you continue to do so like you've done for prior term mayors. The other thing that I've noticed is that you are trying to chair where you are not the chair in this particular chamber. So I ask that you follow process and follow the rules respectfully like I've done for 4 or 5 years prior. I'm really disappointed. Please take the final ruling as when I stated, number one. And number two, please watch your non-verbal cues, because I'm standing here and I'm sitting back here and I'm watching them. They are also equivalent to verbal commentary. Now, do we have any further speakers? Have you spoken to your... You have a right of reply. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Messina. Just having listened to some of the comments of councillors, I've noticed that councillors have commended members of the committee who have come here tonight, and 2 have made submissions and 1 has come and made a submission, and been frank about their assessment of the process so far. I would point out in these, because I do have a professional background in conducting these types of consultations, we've often heard the respondents responded to words or keys or information put in front of them, and those verbs are always responded to or were sought opinions from, not created. So obviously the coordinators of these surveys and focus groups actually have done some crafting of the actual top headlines. So that is part of the process that I've seen happen. So it's important that we go back to the committee to let them have their say about those interventions, because researchers are not neutral, and obviously they're usually from the dominant culture, and their fingerprints are within research itself. So we're being upfront about flagging issue of inclusion, multiculturalism, and some more technical words about environmentalism that are here. And we're also flagging out in this motion, going back to our youth committee, going back to our First Nations committee, and going back to the actual committee, deliberative panel committee. So that is all part of under the Act for us to determine and to exercise
10 seconds.
authentic engagement, and that's all part of authentic engagement that's written here. And if one or two words don't offend people, I'm not sure why people are making fairly serious allegations.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Councillors, now we put that to the vote. All in favour of the alternate motion? That's all in favour. Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. That motion is carried. Councillors, the next report we have to consider this evening is item number 7.2, the Draft Financial Plan 2021-2031. Councillors, do we have any questions to the officers in relation to this item? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Member Messina. Do find it hard being a little bit taller, so I'll hold the microphone. I'd like to ask our council staff if you could explain, please, the approach taken to basically carrying surplus from year to year, so that as a whole, as a 10-year plan, how the 10-year goals are broken up and attributed to annual budgets. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor.
Thank you.
He's working. Thank you. So every year we look to budget an operating surplus. So for the budget for next year, 21-22, we're budgeting a surplus of 4.2 million.
Thank you, Jody.
Thank you. So that 4.2 million, we commit that to the following year. So that surplus of 4.2 million, that's committed towards a capital works program in 22-23. So in 22-23, we've got a capital works program of $68 million. We need to fund that. So how do we fund that? There's various options. There's the surplus, or there's borrowings, or accumulated cash. So that 4.2 million that we've got for budgeting for next year, that's already committed for 22-23. In the longer term, thankfully our surplus gets higher. So in 22-23, we're looking at $16 million. That's already committed for 23-24 capital works. So every year we want to budget a surplus and commit that to the following year.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any further questions? Councillors, as there is no further debate, do I have a motion? Your motion?
Happy to move the officer's recommendation.
Moved by Councillor Rennie, seconded by Councillor Hannan. Would you like to speak to the motion? Councillor Rennie.
Certainly. This is a very important document because it sets out how we're going to manage our finances, not just in the next year, but over the next 10 years. And I'd like to start particularly by thanking the many staff in the organisation, particularly the Manager of Finance, for the work that has gone into crunching the numbers over and over again so that we can be sure that we are on a financially sustainable path. We have many ambitions in this municipality to build infrastructure to look after our community with social programs as well as new facilities. These ambitions, in order to be met, require careful financial management. Big projects such as the rebuilding of the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre require long-term thinking, as will other projects that are on the cards, such as the redevelopment of the Reservoir Leisure Centre and rethinking the Darebin Intercultural Centre. Some of these projects are intergenerational projects, and so from that point of view, it's very important to understand how we're going to fund them and the impacts, not just this year or the year after, but the impacts 10 years down the track. So that's why I think in many respects this is a document that our community should be looking at, because it
it is an indication of the way in which we as councillors are stewards of the resources of this municipality beyond our 4-year time as councillors, perhaps for some of us beyond our life as a councillor altogether, but into the future. And on that note, I think I'll leave it to other councillors potentially to talk about some of those projects. I would like once again to thank the staff, and I think it does show that we have been financially responsible and we do have a pathway to paying for the big ambitions and the big builds that we are looking to deliver for our community.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Hannan.
I'll reserve my right. Thank you, Mayor.
Are there any further speakers? Councillor Newton.
Through you, Mayor Messina, just very briefly, I wanted to really say thank you to Damien and as our Chief Financial Officer and the team for their work on this. I think over some time, Darebin Council has been in a better position than most to withstand some of the worst impacts of COVID due to the fact that we have no borrowings. I also completely understand that one of the things that this talks about is doing some borrowings with some of those big intergenerational infrastructure projects, and I'm very confident that we can achieve those things. So I really want to say thank you to the team.
Thank you, Councillor Newton. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Greco.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I also want to support the 10-year financial plan. I think it's, again, as has been mentioned by other councils, I think it's an important document. It's a new requirement of the Act in order for us to do that 10-year forecasting. It's something that sort of councils have done sort of internally in the past, but now that we can actually publicly put those figures out, gives some confidence to our community. Before, we're only putting out figures for the next 4 years, but what this does, it actually extends that by 6 years so that people can see, the community can see how we're travelling or how we expect to travel over the next 10 years. That doesn't mean that that this financial plan, what is in there, is fixed for the next 10 years. Obviously, each year the figures will be readjusted depending on particular circumstances, whether we go ahead with certain projects or whether we don't in the distant future and things like that. But what it does, it helps to map out what the borrowing regime is going to be over those 10 years in order to fund intergenerational projects. And that's important because like that we're able to assess into the future our capacity to borrow and whether we actually meet the VARGO ratios in relation to our borrowing capacity. And also, as is mentioned by the officers, in relation to surpluses and where those and how those surpluses accumulate in order to build up our cash reserves. That actually is another way of us funding particular projects, and also how our reserves will travel over the 10-year period so that we know that we have enough money to cover off any contingencies into the future. And also, most importantly, what our revenue stream is going to be over the 10 years, because it's got a projection there over 10 years of what the rate take is going to be for Darebin Council based on all sorts of assumptions of population increase, etc. So well done to the workers. Good document, and it'll be a document that will be well served for the community.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Williams.
I'll be very quick. I just also would like to say a very big thank you to our officers. I know it's been a very difficult time, as in we haven't had a lot of face-to-face due to COVID, and I know that we've had a lot of Zoom sessions, and I know that they've worked many, many days and hours on the weekend in getting this together. I know that us as councillors, that we push our officers to the limit and sometimes beyond, but I guess when it comes to being accountable and being transparent, especially when we hold the multi-millions of dollars of obviously ratepayers' money, that we'd like to try and be as accountable and transparent as possible. And I think in this case we have done that, and I'm very pleased. So once again, I just want to say a very big thank you to everyone involved.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Trent McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. Just wanting to echo the sentiments of thanks to our officers for all the work that's gone into putting this together. In particular, the reality of trying to put together a 10-year financial plan with the level of uncertainty that we not only face in the current period but can face in the future. And the uncertainty that we talk about in the context of the council budget, the council's priorities, but also those external factors that we have no control over, we do try to influence, and we need to make some pretty serious predictions about. One of those is actually the contribution, or in some cases lack of contribution, to the capital works profile of Darebin from other levels of government. We have been successful on a number of projects at seeing contributions from other levels of government, but that's not always the case. And in fact, what I'm really pleased with is that this long-term financial plan provides the sort of certainty and the approach to understand that if grants from other levels of government, state and federal, are not forthcoming for major capital programs, we will find a way to deliver them. I think it's worth making that point and actually recognising the work of our officers in thinking through how you do that, because whilst there are some parts of the city, some parts of Victoria, some parts of the country that naturally attract that sort of investment, Darebin's not always in that situation. And that doesn't mean that our residents and our community should miss out on those essential capital projects that deliver the opportunity for services and engagement and all other wonderful things. We need to find a way to do that. And that's what this plan does from my perspective. And I just want to really echo those sentiments that other councillors have made of thanks to the officers for their work, and also encouraging the community as well to actually have a look at this plan and actually look at the level of detail that it goes into in articulating that future funding mechanism for all the things that we love and want to see more of in Darebin.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Messina, I'd like to echo statements by fellow councillors thanking officers on the work of this. It's a very large organisation, and 10 years is a huge time frame to actually map out and plan. I think residents can take a lot of comfort from looking at these figures and looking at this sort of projection of our capacity, resource capacity, because ultimately we're not a bank. Our resource capacity and income capacity is directly related to the services we provide. Consistently over many years, I've heard two criticisms of Darebin from outside of Darebin and from local government. One is that we provide too many services, and number two, that we were too dependent on residential rates. And we've often looked to Yarra and said, wish we had all that parking revenue. But the last 18 months has shown us the world was turned upside down. Inside our own city, it is very tragic what's unfolding with La Trobe Uni, because the lockdown prevented them an income stream. In other councils, relying on parking, that's just dropped, and they are cutting back services. So we are not cutting back services, we are planning forward services, and we have those resources. And we do thank our ratepayers for sustaining us and sustaining the community, because that strength and resilience is actually because of that rate base.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillors, as there is no further debate, I'd like to put that to the vote. All those in favour? That item is carried unanimously. Oh, excuse me. Councillors, the next item for consideration this evening, we have item number 7.3, Council Plan incorporating the Municipal Public Health and Wellbeing Plan 2021 to 2025, draft priorities to inform community engagements. Councillors, do we have any questions to the officers? Is that no? Okay. Is there no?
Oh, sorry, I was jumping ahead. No question.
No question. So, councillors, do we have
an
a motion?
amendment.
Yes. Oh, I thought
First,
you were
my state that it's actually not. It's actually written in our rules that we actually don't use our voices for voting. It's actually by hand movement only.
Apologies.
So, yeah. So I noticed that it was Councillor Newton that wants to propose a motion.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to propose the officer's recommendation.
Do we have a second? Councillor Rennie.
Yes, happy to second that. Thank you.
Councillor Newton.
So this is really exciting. So this is our draft council plan that we're hoping to put out for community consultation. So we've been working on this over the last 4 or 5 months, I think. And what we're talking about is a whole lot of things that are going to be really, really important for the Darebin community, not just now, but into the next 50 years, in the case of something like the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre. Some of the things that I'm most excited about are Northcote. So we're hoping to really redevelop that centre completely. We do know that it's had issues and that it's very much overdue for a redevelopment, so really looking forward to that. And I know that this is actually probably going to have a fairly long debate, so I think I might actually leave it there, just to say that I'm really proud of the work that's gone into this. And I think that what I would really like to see going forward is something that reflects the work that we've done over the last 4 months.
Can I just halt proceedings for a moment? We actually do have a revised officer's recommendation, so I need to go back, and I wasn't aware of that. So I'd like, first of all councillors to read what's on the screen and make a judgment based on what's on the screen. And I'm assuming you will not be changing your intro because you've already been given 3 minutes and I can't give you an extension.
Can I just ask a question about it?
Yes, you may. I will allow a question to the officers if you stand and ask the question. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Can I just clarify that point 6 is as a result of what we decided, or what council decided with earlier in the evening? Like, is that...
Through the Mayor, no, Council, it's not through any discussion tonight. It's as a result of us receiving the draft community vision, having discussion with councillors about officers' thoughts and councillors' thoughts around how to proceed, and we felt that on balance, whilst we had intended to take that approach, that it was no longer the right thing to proceed with.
That's fine. I'm happy to accept that as the officer's recommendation.
Now, before we actually go to the seconder, I'm actually going to ask, because we have entered a debate, but I will allow it because there's item number 6. So if there's any questions only relating to item number 6, councillors, if there's no questions relating to item number 6, I will not allow the question. Okay. Now we go back to the seconder. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Mayor. I'll reserve my rights.
Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Demetriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I have an amendment that's been circulated earlier today.
I will wait for the officers to put that on the screen. Then I'd like you to confirm if that is your amendment, but we'll go item by item.
Go through that. Through you, Mayor, can we just make sure we go through that very carefully?
Yeah, we need to really go through this really carefully because I'm hardly seeing it.
So there is an amendment. It's no longer called top priorities. I think it was called...
So Councillor Demetriadis, this is not what you circulated?
No, not the last draft.
So we just take a few minutes. Can you please kindly circulate your amendment to the officers or to Stephen, and then we'll wait for that to go on the screen. That's okay, we've got a little bit of time.
If I might, Mayor, just by way of explanation to councillors and the gallery, there have been a lot of
I was just about to go into
changes over the course of the day. Probably a record number of emails today. We used up our bandwidth, that's for sure. And so I think it's very important, Mayor, with your indulgence, that we just take our time to make sure we've got the right version. Thank you.
So Councillor Demetriadis, I'd just like you to go through that and confirm that that is your amendment. After we have a seconder, if we have a seconder, I'd like to...
Yeah,
okay. Can you read? Yes, sure. Okay, can you... Sorry, just one moment. So this is page 2. Can you go through page 2, please?
Yeah, so that should be fine. Oh.
I've had a busy day. Do we have a seconder for this?
Happy to
Seconded
second.
by Lauren, this Councillor Williams. I need to declare that I've just noticed that under item number 10, I have the conflict due to being employed in the aged care industry. I do have a suggestion.
Take that out.
Just one moment. I do have some. So as this motion amendments, I'm going to split this over two parts, or collectively we may vote on it item by item separately. So what I would like to propose is that we put aside item number 10, deliver age-friendly Darebin, and we will leave that as the last option to consider. I will then, after we consider the items, I will ask the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Greco, to take the role of chair, and I will leave the room. So on this particular item, can I ask that we remove item number 10 from the screen, first and foremost?
Through you, Mayor, there are a couple of other references to the same item throughout the motion, the motion. So I just want to make sure that we catch them all so there's not an inadvertent issue with conflict.
We have a few minutes. That's okay.
Rashna,
Let's do it
can I
correctly.
ask you please to cut 10 out, highlight it in a separate colour so that we're isolating that from the discussion, please. And then if we can move, Stephen, if you could please support Rashna, that'd be great. I think there are other references throughout the resolution. There's also page 14. Which is, I think, page 3. That's all that I can find.
That's all I can find also.
Can I just see that second highlight, please? Just for the record.
Just wait a few minutes.
M and N. M's the N should have been removed.
If I could see that for the screen, please, Rashna.
That's it, yep, that's it.
So just for the interest of clarity through you, Mayor, just to be absolutely clear, those items are highlighted yellow with the exception of where it references Councillor Demetriadis. So within the resolution are being isolated from this debate.
Okay. So, councillors, I just want to know if there are any... I just want to streamline this and make it as quick as possible in terms of how we're going to address this, because it can be quite messy. So my questions are, I just want a show of hands. Are there any oppositions to any of these, to this amendment? Okay.
Yes, I have some questions in relation to some of these items.
Yeah, sure. So is your raise of hands for opposition or questions?
Both.
Okay.
Can I move to questions?
Yes, of course, yes.
Thank you. It's a question through you, Mayor Messina, to the officers, which relates to the budget impacts of these amendments and the extent to which they've been factored into the budget for the coming year and the budget for further years.
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mayor.
Thank you for standing, Damien.
Pardon?
Thank you for standing.
That's okay. At the moment, they're not in the budget. So what we've said to the councils is that we would look through the consultation period over the next 28 days of finding funds for the next year's budget. But at the moment, they're not in the draft budget.
Thank you. Apologies, I didn't stand earlier. Can I seek clarification? When you talk about finding funds, are you suggesting that in order to afford some of these things, something else that is currently in the budget would need to be cut?
Through the Mayor. Councillor, it's a possibility, but our efforts would be to focus on finding other ways to fund those without impacting current priorities identified in the council plan.
Further questions? If nothing was cut and these things were included, would that take us into deficit?
Through you, Mayor, it wouldn't take us into deficit. The numbers that I've done has said that the cost for next year, based on these amendments, would be $325,000 in the operating budget and $200,000 in the capital budget, because some of these amendments impact year 2. But for next year's budget, they are the numbers.
Can I, if I might, Mayor? Through you, it's difficult to answer the question, Councillor, because we're working, officers have received this information at the same time as you and your colleagues. So as a team, we've not had a chance to discuss it, but our working assumption, so our response to the question about the budget impact is underpinned by the assumption that some of the items that are new and haven't been previously discussed, because this is intended for a 4-year council plan, will not necessarily take effect in this next financial year. It's about setting the context for the next 4 years, and not all things can be achieved in the first year. So we, as the organisation, is working on the assumption that the budget impact for the next financial year can be limited because we can start to address those in second year or third year or fourth year, depending on information and context.
Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Messina. I fully appreciate Sue, the CEO's comment just made that it's difficult to provide an accurate assessment when the information's just come in. However, I do have a question for our CEO or team. Could we please get an estimate, the best estimate as possible, as of current understanding, if these were to pass, when we for the remaining balance, the remaining small surplus, if any, that there may be remaining, when we put this out for, if this was to go ahead, when we put it out for public consultation, would there be any remaining funds at all for community to put in, small budget submissions or requests for the current financial year? Or if so, how much money would there be remaining for that process? Thank you.
I think I'm going to hand that over to Ms Wilkinson.
Through you, Mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor. So with the officer recommendation, there was $170,000 that was unallocated in this budget. Depending on the implementation and the timing, that wouldn't exist. And so in order to consider community submission, so in the event council received a submission from a community member and through the consultation process and they're inclined to support it, had a financial impact, then it would be necessary to look at reducing the expenses, perhaps cutting a capital works program or something to find the funds for that, which does happen from time to time.
Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. Do we have any further questions? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Messina. One of the proposed changes would shift the focus of work that Council does in the area of preventing alcohol, gambling and smoking harm. I wonder
point of order, Your Honour. I believe there may be a conflict of interest against 2 of the councillors. Is that something I can bring up?
For which particular item?
The item that the Councillor Rennie is talking about.
On what basis? Could you please declare the basis?
It's just a conflict of interest.
And relates to two councillors?
It's not up to Councillor Demetriadis to suggest or identify the idea that other councillors have conflicts. It is under the local government.
I'll have to actually...
solely the domain
I'll
of
have to
councillors.
confirm that that is the case. I have declared a conflict. It is up to individual councillors to declare a conflict. If you believe that they have not followed protocol, then we have processes and mechanism to address this outside this chamber. Thank you, Councillor Demetriadis.
Specifically, I wonder if Ms McGrath might actually comment on what activities, if this amendment were to be successful, what activities in relation to addressing alcohol consumption, problematic alcohol consumption, and cigarette butts and smoking might not occur if this was successful.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Through you, Mayor Messina. So in terms of the impact for smoking, the work that we've included in the draft council plan is very much focused on activity centre cleanliness, cigarette butts, trying to do local education with businesses and customers, etc. The item regarding electronic gaming machine policy, if this was to get up, potentially we would be continuing to implement the current council policy. We still have a policy. It has become what I would deem to be business as usual, and that work would definitely continue unless there's a resolution otherwise. In terms of alcohol, we are, again in the action plan, proposing to implement a series of public health approaches, primarily through advocacy. But across all three of those areas, there are opportunities in other parts of the council plan, whether it's in our place-based work, our engagement with culturally and linguistically diverse communities, with our ageing communities. We heard the other night from the Victorian Multicultural Commissioner the particular vulnerabilities for older people and members of our multicultural community, particularly to gambling. That work would continue through our existing work in relation to engagement with those communities.
Thank you, Ms McGrath.
Are there any further questions? I also note that Ms McGrath did circulate that around in the documentation under officers' comments. So thank you, Ms McGrath. Councillor Carthy.
Thanks, Mayor. I'm trying to make sense. There are a lot of proposed amendments here, so I'm trying to make sense of what has been discussed by councillors already through the process that we have gone through over recent months and what hasn't. Could I get an indication as to how many items or which items are new? The CEO mentioned before that there are items that haven't been through that process yet and therefore may not have costs associated. I'm wanting to understand where I need to be looking here for things that we have not discussed. I can't read that, unfortunately.
Can you define new? Do you mean new that is an amendment to this particular documentation, or new that we have not discussed collectively as a group?
I heard, if I was correct, and I apologise if I've misheard, but I'm sure I heard the statement that there are items here that have not been discussed or agreed to through the council plan process.
Point of order, Your Honour.
Who made that? Just one moment.
The CEO made the comment.
Can I ask for some clarification of what your intent of that comment was, Ms Wilkinson? Did you indicate that there was no monetary value attached, or there'd been no discussion by prior councillors and it was something completely new?
Sorry, through you, Mayor. Can you just ask the question again?
So, in terms of what your statement in relation to new, did you, what was your statement in relation to new? Did you mean that perhaps that they hadn't been discussed by councillors in terms of the brainstorming process of the council plan, the council budget, or the process itself, or was it new items that have never been discussed?
Through you, Mayor. There are some new items that, well, they're new to me. Without having a comment on the merit of them at all. Some of them are, I think, very worthwhile, but hadn't to my understanding, been discussed in the planning workshops. However, some of which, on initial assessment, were thought to have a budget impact, but if they're able to be actioned in year 2, 3 or 4 of the council plan period, remembering this is the council plan item, not the budget, then managing the budget impact of those is able to be dealt with. So that was the context that I was providing.
Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Sorry, I don't mean to put anyone in an uncomfortable situation here, because I'm very wary that we've got a councillor's proposed amendment.
We will go item by item if that's the purpose.
I literally do not know which items we are referring to that have not been discussed in the council work plan process. If Councillor Demetriadis can tell us which ones they are, that might be helpful, but I'm really at a loss as to what is
Were these
new,
circulated
given-
prior? Did you, Councillor McCarthy, were you able to read these prior to the meeting tonight?
Mayor, I've got about 8 versions of this amendment, so I'm not clear if what we're looking at here is what's been circulated. I'm also not clear, as I stated before, about what has been introduced into this as an amendment that has never been discussed by councillors. And that's what I'm concerned about, is actually that we're having things introduced on the night.
Noted. I did say in the beginning that we could go item by item if that was a request of this particular council, and I'm happy to do that.
I'm not requesting that necessarily. I'm just wanting to know which things are new.
Okay, as in what item numbers are page by page? Did you say what you're wanting to do? Councillor Demetriadis, would you like to?
Oh, thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to say I don't believe any of these items are new. They have been discussed in briefings, in meetings. Whether they were omitted or just forgotten, I don't know what the case was, but there's definitely been discussions of these items. We were split up in different groups, so I don't know if you were in a different group to some of us and you missed them, but these were definitely items that were discussed, particularly at the start.
Okay, are you entering into debate or you just...
No, I'm just... This is what Councillor...
so you're speaking to the item. You've already spoken to the item.
I haven't spoken to the item, but I didn't realise we're getting into a debate about whether they're new items or not.
Okay. I have to agree, not all councillors would know what was discussed at every single workshop. We had many workshops at different times, and what was discussed by each individual councillor at that particular time would be vast and varied. However, we were given reports, so I just need to make sure and ensure that councillors and the gallery understand that. So not everybody was present at every council workshop or every council discussion in terms of briefing, but we were offered material, and there could have been a case when some items were omitted. So do we have any further speakers? I'm actually lost. Are we still at question time? Question, yeah. Sorry, there's so much conversation going. So Councillor Rennie, then Councillor Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I have a question to the officers in relation to the process and subsequent opportunities to amend the council plan. Before us tonight is a draft. There's a very complicated series of multiple amendments, many of which none of us have seen until the last 24 hours. I wonder, could the officers please outline processes that are available to community and to councillors for these type of amendments to have more discussion and come back to council for consideration should they not be successful this evening?
Ms Watson.
Through the Mayor, Councillor, following this process tonight where Council is endorsing the current council plan priorities which incorporate the municipal health and wellbeing plan priorities, the process is that it will be open to broader community engagement, so we'll go through our engagement process as outlined in the engagement plan. That gives the community opportunity to provide us with feedback with things that they do see and don't see and might like to see. It may give time for council to reflect on things that it may choose to change, conscious that we have something that we felt ready now to proceed to that engagement process. There is the opportunity for community submissions in May. From memory, I think it's the 20th of May, for the community to come to council to present any submissions where they may want, similar to what Councillor Hanna referred to earlier, put forward a proposal for a change or a particular project. Following that process, there would then be a review of what we have heard through the engagement, and that would then be presented back to council on the 28th of June for their consideration and adoption of the final council plan.
Thank you, Ms Watson. Councillor Lawrence, do you have any supplementary questions, Ms?
Yes. Not on that point, Councillor Lawrence.
Councillor Lawrence.
Mayor Messina, I've just got a question. We've had some comments about allegations that items are some items are new and unknown to councillors. My question to officers is that in written communication, 2 of the items that have been raised in this chamber several times by motion since 2016 are alleged to be new. And I have some clarification. In terms of a budget, whose responsibility it is for councillors in terms to inform themselves of council's past minutes?
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. That wasn't a question.
That is a question
Do you
because
want an answer?
I want,
It's
is there
it's not a question to the officers, it's a question to us councillors.
Is there responsibility on the individual officers to understand motions that have been passed in previous councils in relation to budget items?
I don't know what item he's talking about.
What particular item are you referring to, Councillor Lawrence?
I'm referring to 2 items that have been into the chamber 6 or 7 times over three terms of councils and have been alleged that are new items. And they've been alleged in emails, and now it's been alleged again inside this meeting. And, you know, it disturbs me.
What do you mean by leached? I'm confused.
Alleged that they are new items, where they're items of Strathallan and Cheddar Road that have a history of 6 years.
Obviously, let's just take it back. What I'm thinking, and please.
I have read the emails that have been going around.
I haven't read every single email, but were you implying that these are new for this particular process, Councillor McCarthy?
Mayor,
I just want to get clarity because
thank you, Councillor Lawrence, for telling me what the items are, because that's the first time anyone's told me what the items are, and that's all I was seeking to know.
Okay, so he's given clarification. Let's get on with it because
that's
we'll
fine.
be here all night.
But I would say, Mayor, if I can ask that Councillor Lawrence withdraws the statement, if I can ask that he withdraws the statement about allegations which seem to be directed in my way. I have not sent emails about these items. I don't even know what he's referring to. But I've not even referred to what those items are because I've been asking what those items actually are. So if I can ask politely through you, Mayor, if Councillor Lawrence can withdraw those claims, because that's actually hurtful, it's inappropriate and it's incorrect.
I'll just clarify, there are written comments on those items, not from Councillor McCarthy. I've mentioned what those items are because he'd be aware of their history.
Okay, all right. I think if we're going to talk, we're going to stop this. We're going to go back to what we're here for. So let's just put a rock on that. We're here to ask questions about this amendment to the officers. So can we stick to what's there? So do we have any further questions to the officers in relation to Councillor Demetriadis, who's the mover of this amendment, and Councillor Williams, who is the seconder? So let's get back on track. Do we have questions, councillors? Councillor Newton.
Through you, Mayor Messina. So I have a couple of questions, and the first one, some of these are quite new. I don't know if I was in different meetings, but things like...
Can we just stop and refer to this?
Yes, I have a question.
Just put a stop on that word new and just speak to what is going on. Yeah,
okay,
thank you.
Sure. So the specific question I have is about the amendment, I believe it's U. So in the alphabet, the letter U. And it's about significantly increase the roundabout renewal program across all areas of Darebin. I'd just like to understand, I believe that roundabouts might not be appropriate for all road users. Could I get some advice?
Actually, I know a little bit about that amendment, and if I can just seek clarity, from my understanding, it's only the extra word for all of Darebin is included in this council plan as an amendment based on what the original council plan is. Is that correct, Councillor Demetriadis?
That's correct.
It's just 2 words.
Specifically
all of
about
Darebin.
Roundabouts.
It's about all of Darebin.
Can I ask the question?
Yep. So let's go back to that because that's a really important item. Can you please highlight it? And I'm going to allow this, Councillor Demetriadis, where that extract came from in the report and your inclusion of 2 extra words. Thank you.
Do you want me to respond? Thank you, Mayor. Through you, that roundabout renewal program is already in the council plan. So we've just added in across all areas of Darebin just to make sure that it goes to all areas of Darebin. So it's an inclusive process that every different areas of Darebin can. We haven't specifically said one area or another. We just said all areas of Darebin should be part of the roundabout renewal program. That's already in the council
There's
plan.
no extra monetary value attached to this. It's just different narrative. You're reading the officer's advice, which is incorrect on this, and I did speak to the CEO prior to the meeting, so that please ignore the officer's advice because it's just an extra few words.
On that issue.
On that issue only.
Okay, so can I ask?
Yes, sure, you can.
I haven't come across before in the meetings I've been in about the change to food and garden waste, and I would like to understand the impact of the proposed change to replace the word green waste with food and garden waste.
Through you, Mayor. Essentially, it's a change to the materials that support that service. So what it would require us to do is update promotional materials to implement that change. And there's a cost associated with that.
As the Mayor, can I ask a question? Can I ask, Mr. Mark, can I ask the question in relation to that? Can I ask the question as the Mayor? I haven't.
Yes, certainly, Mayor. You can.
So my question to the officers is the rollout of FOGO, which is Food Organics, Garden Organics, part of the council's future direction anyway in this council plan? So it's just a commentary that's the issue, but we are already going to be doing that and the cost is already associated with that in the future.
So council already has a food and green waste service that's available on a voluntary basis to every residential property in the city. So that it's certainly year one promoting that and increasing the voluntary uptake is part of the council plan.
Thank you. I thought so. Thank you very much. Councillors, do we have any further questions? Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I'm struggling to get my head around all of this, but at least one of these items relates to traffic safety. You know, for those of us who've been on council for the last 4 years, we've seen a lot of work being undertaken on evidence base for decision making. I wonder if the officers could outline the process that they would normally undertake to determine which areas in the municipality warrant the traffic safety improvement measures and how they make that determination, particularly in relation to the principal pedestrian network.
So can I ask you, Councillor Rennie, which item in particular you're referring to? So just that we're on the same page, because there's a lot on the screen.
There is a lot on the screen. So I think I've seen items about additional crossings on Cheddar Road. There's one on Fairfield. So there's a few items that I'm just referring to, and I'm
I don't think
interested.
there's any crossings on Cheddar Road. That was actually admitted. So that's
Is that out? Okay.
That's out.
Thank you.
Out, yeah.
That's the point at which. So just
Point of order, Mayor. It's already included. On your statement, it's out. It's actually already included in the budget.
Yeah.
Cheddar Road.
Sorry, I was talking about the amendments.
So my question is, could the officers outline the process used to determine the highest priorities for safety treatments on roads, and does anything in here circumvent the evidence-based process that we have in place?
Thank you.
Through you, Mayor, council has 3 transport programs, safe travel, walking and cycling, and broadly they all contribute to road safety improvements. Each year our transport engineers make a recommendation for both construction works, so building of improvements, and design of improvements which would be constructed in a future year. They prioritise those essentially on a risk basis. There's a long pipeline of identified improvements across the city, so they've got multiple years worth of pipeline, but essentially the projects they've recommended projects for the year ahead are the ones that they are assessing are both ready to construct, and if they're in the design pipeline, they're the sort of next priorities that they're recommending from a risk perspective.
Just one moment, because it implies to me, your question in relation to this amendment, that there is change that requires traffic management, and yet my documentation don't state that. Can you please highlight which one you're referring to, Councillor Rennie? just for the purpose of your question, because it's not in the amendment. And I can understand why there was confusion because there were many circulated.
I was seeing a lot, so I think
Yeah.
there might still be one in relation to Wingrove Street, Fairfield.
That's advocacy position. It's actually not council taking
Okay.
action. It's advocacy position only.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hannan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Another question. This is a specific question in relation to, just trying to find the reference. It's about our council committing to become a registered home care package provider.
I can't refer it. Can you please leave that
Yeah.
until I exit the room? But that is not something I can...
We're coming back to that.
Yes, I apologise. We'll come back to it later. Thank you.
And it's not on this amendment. So just initially, it's one that I have a conflict with. Therefore, it is removed, that particular item, and relating to item number 10. And so if you go to your documents...
I'm
item
sorry. Yes, I follow now. Thank you.
Sorry, yeah. So I can't allow that question. Councillors, are there any further questions?
Through you, the governance rules allows the opportunity for the CEO to correct factual errors or incorrect assertions. I just want to be absolutely clear in response to a question that Councillor Lawrence raised earlier, where he specifically referenced Cheddar Road and Strathallan, and a concern, I think, that perhaps I was implying that those items were new and not discussed. I just want to be absolutely clear. They are in the current draft of the council plan and had been captured by officers, and I wasn't referencing those when I said that.
Yeah, need to be very clear. It was comments and perceptions by councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Thank you, Ms Wilkinson. Councillor McCarthy, you have another...
Sorry, Mayor, I'm now confused. So, Councillor Lawrence was telling me that the new items were Strathallan
We
and
forget about
Cheddar
new-
Road.
can
No,
we-
I now don't know what those new items are. So I'm just going to ask if someone is able to tell me what those new items are or which numbers they are, that would be greatly appreciated, because there have been so many versions of this motion going around. I can't actually see the whole motion on screen. I'm assuming it's what we've received here. Some of these have...
Councillors, right now, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to take liberty to take a break, because all I'm hearing is that you don't have what's in front of you. So I'm going to, now at this moment, the meeting is now adjourned and closed for further 10 minutes. So can I ask the live streaming to cease, and can I ask councillors to please have the correct amendment in front of them, because we are going to go through that amendment. So we will proceed back at 8:40. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Live streaming now begins again at 8:53 p.m. Thank you, councillors, officers and members of the gallery and members who are viewing live streaming. Sorry for the hold up and thank you for your patience. I am now we now in front of us have an amendment that is proposed by Councillor Dimitriadis. She has moved the amendment and has been seconded by Councillor Williams. Councillor Dimitriadis, would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. The council plan is an important document that sets the direction for the council for the next 4 years. The amendments that I've included are items that were either forgotten or to be implemented by officers or omitted in the document. These are all items that were discussed in council briefings and meetings and should not be new to any of the councillors. These are all additional items. There are no omissions from the current council plan, and it appears that councillors that are disgruntled with these amendments somehow got everything they wanted within the council plan and now are trying to prevent other...
Point of order.
That's... Okay.
Point of order.
Can you please note which in the governance rules, please?
Sure. I do have my governance rules open. Let me just find the item. It's a misleading or false statement to say that other councillors got everything they wanted.
Yep, I'm actually going to ask you to retract that comment, Councillor Dimitriadis.
Sure.
And can I ask you to watch your tone and pitch too, please? Thank you.
These amendments are additional items that were discussed during meetings. Unfortunately, they've been forgotten or dropped off the document, so we think it's important.
Again, forgotten. Can you please retract that word?
I'll retract that point. So I think it's important that they are in the council plan because they will set the direction for the next 4 years. And I look forward to seeing the community thrive over the next 4 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Williams, would you like to speak to the motion?
I'd like to reserve my rights to speak, if that's okay.
Okay. At this stage, councillors, I'm going to ask for an indication from councillors of who opposes to anything in this particular amendment. Okay, councillors, thank you, noted. So what we're going to do now, councillors, I'm going to dissect this. Are there any speakers to the amendment? Sorry. I'm just noticing also that the yellow item highlighted under 10 is not what we are... I need to highlight that because I don't want any backlash. Thank you. Councillor Rennie.
Thank you, through you, Mayor Messina. It is my intention to vote against every one of these amendments. Not because there isn't merit in some of them, but because I experience this whole process as an extraordinary lack of respect for council processes to date. We have spent months going over the council plan and developing it together. It is a collaborative process, and through that process we refine it, we come back, we have versions, we liaise with the staff, we ask for additions, we ask for changes. We do that both through emails to staff, including all colleagues. We do it in meetings. To get this far down the track and then be presented with 5 pages of amendments is extraordinary and suggests to me a fundamental lack of understanding of the role of governance and of due process. I'm not going to get into the merits of individual points here. As I said, some may be fine. There's a certain amount of wordsmithing which is quite inappropriate from councillors in this type of form. There are other mechanisms for that. The volume of wordsmithing is such that it's actually hard to find what's new and what's not new, so it makes it impossible. It is not our task as councillors to come here and seek to wordsmith things. Some of the wordsmithing seems pedantic, some to me comes across as paranoid. And I think that this is a really, really problematic process. There are many things I would have liked to see in the council plan. I have stated that in our council planning sessions. I have been upfront and transparent. I do not, because I am not satisfied that everything I wanted got into the council plan, come to you today with 5 pages of amendments that are going to preoccupy people and lead to, quite frankly, a process which is extremely
10 seconds.
I think,
let this be a lesson, I hope, for every subsequent year and every planning process. This is not the way to achieve outcomes. This is incredibly poor process, and I expect better.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Newton.
Through you, Mayor Messina, I also intend to vote against each of the 54 amendments that we've presented with here, which we've been presented with within the last midday yesterday. So, similar to Councillor Rennie, this is a process that we've done collaboratively over the last 4 months. There are plenty of things that I would have liked to have in the council plan that are not in the council plan, and that's fine because we're a team of 9 and we're a team that also works with 1,300 plus staff. For me, I've also, as most other councils, I also work, so to have to weed through 54 amendments of all different kinds is nearly impossible on top of other work commitments. After we've gone through this process for 4 months, I think that it undermines staff work, I think that it undermines other councillors' work, and this is not the way that I think that Darebin Council should work. I hope that in the next 3.5 years we find a way to be more collaborative and we don't see amendments that have 54 items and 5 pages sent to us a day before the meeting.
Can I just, thank you, Councillor Newton, can I just note that there's 2 councillors that are noting that there's new admissions or amendments and things that they haven't noted, but I noticed that item on page 1A from item 1 to item 9, and on page 2, item 11, item 20 are already in the original document, so that has to be noted because that's actually, your statements are incorrect. Do we have any further speakers? Councillor Hannan.
Point of order. Can we have a clarification? There was an allegation the amendments came 24 hours before the meeting. And I read responses to amendments 2 days ago, so I'm just wondering
30
what
hours.
time frame I'm on.
Yeah, so midday yesterday for a 6 p.m. meeting, so 30 hours before.
30 hours, yep, okay, thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor. I would also like to speak against this amendment on similar grounds to Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. My experience of this is that it's deeply disrespectful, not only to myself, but to the 1,600 residents who have put time into participating in the council survey, to the 39 panel members who have participated in the survey. Part of this plan is to take out words set by the deliberative panel. That's what I'm talking about it now. It's very disrespectful to the hard-working council staff who've put in countless hours preparing this, and to us as councillors, and I dare say our families who haven't had us around for many, many hours over the last months. It is a very long list of projects, and I would clearly say that some of these propositions are absolutely new. They may have been discussed in a general sense, but in some cases we reached a particular wording, and the meaning here is the opposite of that wording. For example, a single word of rebuild Reservoir Leisure Centre can instantly commit us to tens of millions of dollars, which has never been agreed. Other items would commit us to hundreds of thousands of dollars, and my reading is that many of those would have to be in the first year, for example, adding additional survey responses, which would leave more money for community.
We've had an assertion that this is going to commit us to tens of millions of dollars at Reservoir. We already have in last year's budget 15 million to Reservoir.
Okay, can you please withdraw that comment? I'd have to agree with what Councillor Rogers has said. Tens of millions of dollars is what you stated. Is that what you said, Councillor Hannan?
I'll withdraw the tens of millions of dollars. I would say that the word rebuilding, as opposed to redeveloping, will commit us to substantially more money that has not been agreed in our months of discussion. And I would just again say that my feeling is the size and the timing of this amendment is...
It's almost time.
It feels like a trap. I refuse to be drawn into the trap, and the people of Darebin deserve better than this.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Messina, just briefly, I will be supporting this amendment, and it's a single amendment. It takes in a number of things that have been discussed and subject to some projects that have been subject to bipartisan support from cross-party support from independent Labor and Greens in the past. It's unfortunate those projects don't get that now. But others are picking up some terminology issues regarding our how we describe our community. So those come from officer advice. We've also had questioning of renewing land roundabouts. And again, that's from an existing plan and it's from the existing officer recommendations. So we're starting to conflate things and demonise these 54 refinements. And the 54 refinements are built on officer advice. Some of us spent all day today going through objections, talking to people who didn't know about Strathallan or didn't know about Cheddar Road, which, as I said, have been subject to...
Point of order. I'm sorry, it relates to the comment that these 54 refinements were built on officer advice. That's factually incorrect. Officers have recommended against a number of these.
I have to ask you to withdraw your comment, Councillor.
I won't withdraw it because
Amend it.
I won't withdraw it because the recommendations here are built off officer advice because I've been involved in some of the discussions and they've been altered and changed based on officer advice, and all of them come from
Point of order.
Discussions.
Councillor Lawrence has refused to follow your ruling. It is clear that there are some, not all, but there are some amendments here that are specifically recommended
I have to
against
agree with
officers.
Councillor Rennie. Can you please change your
I'm
statement?
happy to refine it to built off and responding to officer advice because every officer advice I've read and responded to. That doesn't mean that you duplicate the officer advice, but then timings or other things have been dropped.
Okay, back to debate.
I will give some other examples where it's actually just clarifications such as that roundabouts should be considered across the city, not just it stated renew roundabouts. And I think also the impression has been that we're going to expand roundabouts. The renewable program is already there. So there's been a lot of interpretations on existing material and again some of the material that hasn't been read. So I'm happy to go through the process. The Mayor is being very generous to go through this. She's extended the meeting in terms of people to update who have been to read this, more recent editions or whatever that's presented here. The rationales I think people have got, and they've got the officer's advice there. And, some of these things, if you vote against them, they will be picked up later. Other things are already existing in the plan.
Mayor, Councillor Lawrence has had his time.
I actually gave him a bit more time, like I gave you some more time prior. So please note that I'm chairing the meeting and not yourself, Councillor Rennie. Thank you. So, Councillor Lawrence, you have 5 more seconds.
That's all. Thank you,
Thank you. Okay. Do we have any further comments? Any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Mayor, I'm going to look past the comments that have just been made, some of which I found objectionable. The issue that we have here is that we are dealing with a set of proposals which have been put forward by one councillor, have incorporated some other councillors' views, but have really landed with us very late in this process. If we are to be honest about what we have in front of us here, this is not, I think, in keeping with the practice that councillors signed up to when we were elected, which is to seek to find a way collaboratively, despite those, what are, in fact, quite small differences between us in terms of how we want to see things happen. At the end of the day, it's not about us. It's actually about how we work together in the best interests of the community to get the best outcomes. And part of that is about respecting each other, respecting how we need to work together, respecting the officers, not putting the organisation in a situation where it cannot give us, in fact, the true costings of some of the things that are included here, which is actually what is the case right now. Because of the rush nature of this. There are things in there that I completely agree with, and I would love to consider them, but this is not the night for us to be making these full-scale amendments without any briefing or depth to that process. That's not what we have gone through in relation to a significant number of these proposed amendments, and I frankly feel railroaded by these being put forward to us in this way. I would also say that there is an absence, and I would really oppose the idea that we can pick 20 big actions and somehow that encompasses what our community has said. There is no reference to our enduring work on the climate emergency in there, apart from a couple of minor items which are pulled out from the action plan. There is no commitment that our community has consistently said in relation to that space. So I find it really difficult to actually take this seriously when it has arrived in this way, but it is not at all in keeping with the way in which we agreed to as councillors we'd work together. And I would advise councillors and I'd ask councillors to really consider keeping the faith with each other and not going down this path of making last-minute major amendments like this to a council plan.
Do we have any further speakers? I have not heard from Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I'll just make a couple of points in relation to this. First of all, I'd just like to say that what we're doing, I think, and I'm going to support this amendment, and I want to thank Councillor Dimitriadis for putting this amendment forward and for the massive amount of work that she's undertaken in putting these things forward, is that I think that it enhances what our officers have done, and it enhances it in language, it enhances it in actually drilling down to some of the ideas that we want to put forward. Obviously, we have differences of a position. This is the decision-making forum, councillors, and that's where things then get decided, and that's how councils work. That's part of the democratic process. We try to workshop a lot of these things, and we try to talk about a lot of these things, but I think we all have an obligation that if we feel strongly about something, is to come forward with an amendment. I've come forward in the past with amendments when I've disagreed with either with the council plan or direction of the council, and I put forward with an amendment. And I've had the respect of others to look at my amendments and to look at the substance of them. I think Councillor Hannan did a bit of that, and I acknowledge that. But other councillors don't seem to have actually addressed the substance of what is being put forward here. And councillors...
Point of order, Mayor. That's a false and misleading statement under section 1H of
I'm prepared to withdraw the statement, whatever statement councillors...
Councillors have made substantive issues with what's been addressed. I just made one in my previous comments.
Okay, and I'm happy to withdraw.
Thank you, Councillor Greco.
The other thing that I'd just like to say is that what's been put here is actually setting a course, a direction. Many of us may not, some councillors may not agree with it, but what we're doing, let's remember, what we're doing is we're putting this out for community consultation. Allow the community to actually test some of these ideas and come back to us in the consultation process, and then we'll see what happens on June the 28th when we endorse the final plan.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Councillors, Councillor Wings, you want to speak to?
Yes, thank you. Many of these amendments are just a few words that have been added to strengthen and improve the council plan. Words like inclusive, multicultural, diverse groups, support, promote and increase Aboriginal and Torres Strait Island people, women and girls and all abilities. Big action plans which include things like constructive NARC and Bees Tea, Connor Pavilion, Reservoir Leisure Centre, the Boathouse, redevelop the J Hall Reserve Pavilion and public toilets, improving an appearance of safety and lighting, to vitalise shopping strips, increase tree canopy across the municipality, undertake waste reform, solar installation, deliver goals to ensure that we communicate with the Wurundjeri Corporation and actually have give back land and land management with them. Amend Council's parking permits policy in collaboration with stakeholders to beautify and rejuvenate Cheddar Road. Pedestrian crossings, begin discussions with also the Wurundjeri Corporation to establish a local marker to commemorate the fallen from previous wars which is part of the truth telling. I mean, these are all
Sorry,
protecting
point
the
of order.
person.
I think that's been removed from that item. So you noted something that's actually not in this particular document.
Okay, apologies.
Thank you, Councillor.
So my point is that all these projects are ones that our community and councillors and previous councils have been spoken about for many, many years. It's nothing new. I don't believe there's anything new of any surprise. I've spent most of today actually going through these amendments today, and I'm actually quite happy and pleased. If I felt otherwise, I would not be seconding this agenda item. I would be having concerns. I understand that you feel that we've added in extra words because officers we've changed officers' wording, or councillors feel like they haven't had time to go through it all.
Thank you, Councillor
This is
Williams.
nothing new.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillors, what we're going to do now is you've all got this document in front of you. So on page number 1, we are to I need to go through this again. Item number 10, you have to pretend that it is not on the page. On page number 4, item number M, it is not on the page and not on the amendment. So, councillors, can I have a vote on page number 1, item 1, A1 to 9. All those in favour? It's Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? That is Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. That item is carried. Councillors, page number 2, item 11 to item 20B and C inclusive. All those in favour of these on this amendment? It's Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. That item is carried. Councillors, page number 3, item number D. 20D to 20J. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. That item is carried. Councillors, item number 20K to 20R on page 4, but omitting item number B.
M, wouldn't it be?
M.
M?
What did I say?
Which is the...
Yeah, B. Did I say B?
Correct, yeah. So it's...
I am having an eye operation tomorrow.
Couldn't come any sooner then.
Sorry, I'm delirious. I think the anaesthetic's getting to me. Okay, councillors, so 20K to 20R, but we are omitting item 20B. All those in favour?
No, 20M.
M.
So we're doing K, L.
We're doing K, L, N, O, P, Q and R. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. Councillors, page number 5, we are looking at item number 20S to 20Z. Just want to have a look at it one more time, sorry.
Mayor Messina, I'd like to ask if you would consider doing V as a separate vote.
We can if you want, if you wish. Thank you. So item number S, so we're going to go from 20S to 20Z, but we are not voting on 20V. Are we clear on that, councillors?
Is there a reason?
Because Councillor Rennie's asked, so I will give her that that process, if that's okay. Thank you. So items, and if there's any other items that councillors wish to separate, I'm happy to do so. So all those in favour of item number S to Z, but not including V? Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Williams, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Messina. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor Trent McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. Item number 20B on page number 5, page Page 37, under strategic objective, reword to read, advocate to reduce harm. All those in favour? Sorry, I've lost myself.
This is the one that would reduce the scope of work we do in alcohol, gambling and tobacco.
Okay. And does that... I have a question. Actually, we're into the debate. I can't ask the question. Okay, I know. Okay, all those in favour? That's Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco, Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton and Councillor Rennie.
Excuse me, Mayor, was that for
V, item V only.
For V, right, thank you.
So I'm looking for one particular item, so I just want to make sure. Okay. Page number 6, we were looking at voting for item number 20, AA to 20, GG.
Mayor Messina, with your indulgence, I'd ask that item GG be held as a separate vote.
I approve that. So we're voting on items 20 AA, 20 FF. All those in favour? That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. Councillors, now we're voting on item number 20 GG. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Newton and Councillor Messina. That item is won.
You mean lost?
Lost. Sorry, lost. I've lost my barnballs, that's what I've lost. Okay, item number 22, HH20I on page 7. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. That is one. All those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. Councillors, now we're on the last page, which is page number 8. Item number, just bear with me, 2, A, B and C. All those in favour? Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. That item is one. And all those against? Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. Okay, item number 3, 4 and 5 on page 9. Are they amendments? No, they're not. So they're just items. Yeah, okay. Can I just spare myself and centre myself for one moment? Yeah, okay, like that, okay. Councillors, what I'm going to do is now what I stated in the beginning of the meeting, we're going to go back to this particular document and we're going to be debating, and I will remove myself from the chair. Item number 10 on page number 1.
Excuse me, Mayor, points 3, 4 and 5.
They're not amendments.
Okay.
I would also seek...
Part of the system, yeah.
I'd also seek clarification. My understanding, they haven't been proposed, they haven't been passed.
I understand that we didn't have to do that. I got some guidance.
Why don't we vote on them just so that...
Let's just vote on them. Yeah, you're right.
We can vote for them.
All those in favour?
Sorry, Mayor, are we voting on what's already in the... They're not amendments to the
No,
substantive...
they're not.
So there's no... You can't vote on something that's not an amendment.
I was just...
So if I could, Mayor, through you, this is an amendment, and so on each of the previous pages there were amendments recorded. What councillors have done is progressively work through voting on the amendments. There is a substantive motion also on the table remaining, which collects the rest of the resolution, including points 3, 4 and 5.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Can we go back now to what I was alluding to, and that is back to this particular document, page number 1, item number 10, and page number 4, item number M. So I'm going to declare a conflict for those two items, and you will be debating those items and voting on those items. I will remove myself from the chair, and I'll ask Councillor Greco to please take the chair.
Maybe it's the same meeting. Councillors, now we're dealing with two items, two parts of the amendment, which is item number 10, which is on the first page. And councillors, if you flick over, it's item number M on the fourth page. I propose that we deal with them together because they're both basically the same subject matter, just that on the first page is just basically a summary, and on the fourth page is the substance of the issue. We're going to have, for procedures, is that we still have the same mover and the same seconder, and we require a vote in relation to those that are in favour of what is there in yellow highlighted, and also those that are against. So I'll ask for councillors Councillor Hannan, do you have a question?
I have a question. Will there be an opportunity to ask questions of the staff? Deputy?
You're absolutely right. Thank you for reminding me. Given that we haven't had an opportunity, and I remember that you originally asked, please, what is your question?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Gaetano. I'd like to ask a question in relation to this item. Could our council staff please give advice on what are the actual risks, if any, that may arise if council was to take a formal position in relation to becoming a registered home care package provider before the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety has a formal response from the Commonwealth Government? Thank you.
Through you, Councillor Greco, acting Mayor or Chair, I'm not sure how to refer, but that's a big question, and I might just quickly provide a bit of context if that's okay. So in September 2020, this council approved a series of recommendations relating to age-friendly Darebin. The relevant part is in relation to extending the current home care package trial, which is underway, until June 2021. And then to receive a report on how has that gone and what have we learned. That's just context. The second point is the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety. As you've mentioned, the recommendations have been provided. There are split recommendations, so conflicting views from some of the commissioners. And as you said, the Commonwealth has yet to announce which recommendations will be picked up. And the timelines for then when those recommendations will be enacted. In answer to your questions, the risks, I think, lie in the sense of the reforms yet to be adopted. But the first being that one clear recommendation is a joined-up integrated aged care program, which will be called Care at Home, in which home care packages will be part of that integrated model. We don't even know what that would look like yet. The second area is significantly strengthening the quality, clinical governance, oversight and compliance requirements of aged care which I think is a very good thing, particularly what we saw last year. And the third one we're seeing is the clear separation of service delivery from what they're calling care finding, which is the equivalent of our positive ageing service, and therefore potentially we do one or the other. That presents opportunities but also potential risks. So it's a long answer. I think there are opportunities potentially to partner with like-minded organisations to actually manage some of those risks, but we need time to really identify what that could look like. Finally, I'd say that the risks of not taking the time to do that well potentially could be legal and reputational risks, potentially not being ready to meet the increased compliance, clinical governance requirements. There could be potential budget impacts we don't know yet. And the final one is us making choices about our role in aged care, whether we are in positive age-friendly work or home care package provider. We could be both, but we just don't know yet. Once, we need to find out the recommendations where the Commonwealth land. Sorry, that's a long answer, but yeah.
Thank you for the comprehensive response. Are there any further questions from Councillor Rennie?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Greco. I just want to be clear that I've understood. This amendment would call for us to formally register to become a registered home care package provider. Am I right in understanding that it is conceivable that there not be any such thing with a new care at home system in the future?
Conceivably, yes. Again, until the Commonwealth have reviewed, which no doubt they're doing at the moment, the Commission report and recommendations, and then formed a view about which recommendations they will adopt, and then the work around what does that integrated model look like. Conceivably, yes, but we don't know.
Thank you. Okay. Any further questions? Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you. Just to clarify, so you're saying that home care package registered programs won't be in existence, might not be in existence. Does that mean that, would that actually not be in existence, or could it just be a rewording or a rechange of the structure of it? Are you saying that that section of care won't be provided to any? Would that be a possibility that that type of service won't be provided to anyone in Australia?
Thank you, and through you, Councillor Greco. I guess the answer is in-home care will definitely be part of, I would say, the landscape going forward. We do want to, and I believe the Royal Commission is very strong in trying to keep people in their homes, independent, living healthy, active lifestyles, well supported for as long as possible. Whatever shape and form that takes, we won't know. Whether it is called a home care package, we won't know, but the model will be much more integrated than what it presently is. I'm not sure if that answers the question.
Thank you for the response. Councillor McCarthy, you indicated you want to ask a question?
Yeah, thank you. I was just prompted by Councillor Dimitriadis' question, actually, which was just to understand what the possible cost range could be for council in actually fulfilling this action. Do we have an indication at this stage of what the actual true cost of being an aged care package provider could be under the current system, and if it was to be changed to something else, what could that look like? And I suppose secondary to that is, if we don't know that, when would we expect to know that? And I'm thinking particularly around the council plan process being finalised in June.
Again, thank you, and through the chair. That's the work that I believe that we do need to do to put council, to provide the best possible advice to council to make an informed decision. In terms of the current system, we haven't done that work yet. The work to date has been very much through our positive ageing service, where we've been walking alongside of people to be able to access, you know, the many providers already in existence servicing Darebin, as well as the current home care package trial and the costings around that. But for us to then become a provider, that's the work that we would need to do. How long that would take, I'm unsure, and whether or not we'd be in a position to have that done by June. It might be a back of the envelope type of costings at this stage.
Thank you for the response. Are there any further questions from councillors? If there's not, councillors, given that this item was excluded from the previous debate, we'll have a debate on the item. So the mover, I'll allow the mover to speak to it, and then I'll allow the seconder to speak to it, and then we could open the debate.
Thank you, Chair. So the recent report handed down by the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety essentially found that there is a need of placing people at the centre of aged care, in Australia in particular. So Council needs to seriously consider how it can play a bigger role in delivering quality home care packages and supporting our aged care, our elderly people. And so given that we're we've got a proud reputation in providing good quality CHSP aged care services to its residents, this will be a great opportunity to actually expand that into home care package providers, become a home care package provider. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Dimitriadis. Councillor Williams, you were the seconder of the amendment.
Can I kindly reserve my rights to speak, please?
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any speakers for or against this particular item? Councillor Rennie and then Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. I don't think there's any dispute of how much this council cares about the sort of services that we deliver to older residents and the commitment that we have. The Age-Friendly Darebin piece of work that we delivered a couple of years ago, which outlined the many ways in which we can assist older residents to live healthy, active and vibrant lives, I think speaks to that commitment and the panel of inquiry that we set up to do that work. However, taking us down a pathway of saying we will register to become a home care package provider when we're not even sure such a thing will exist and we don't know what the system looks like is just premature. There is nothing in the council plan as it stands that would preclude us doing that at a future date. Indeed, the existing item in the council plan says that we will deliver age-friendly Darebin aged care direct services and explore council's future role in home care services. So I'm going to vote against this amendment. It's not a vote against services for older people. My vote against this amendment is a vote in favour of what is currently in the plan, which leads open the door to us being able to respond to the recommendations or to the federal government's response to the Royal Commission. And I think that's pretty important. I don't want us to invest time in trying to think about how you set up a system that might not exist. That system may or may not be affordable and possible for us to participate in. I think it is really important that we actually get the advice first. We have a skilled and talented group of staff who provide this council with expert advice. It is alarming to me the willingness of some councillors to overlook and ignore expert advice, particularly when it relates to a matter of timing. Councillors, we can wait 4 months before making such a fundamental decision which impacts so significantly on our community.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Councillor Hannan, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Greco. I would really encourage councillors to think carefully about this amendment. In summary, I'd say there's a lot of downsides to agreeing to it and no real upsides. So the downsides we've just heard from our staff. There is legal risks, there's reputational risks, there is potential budget implications, there is potential missed opportunities. if we lock ourselves into a certain model, but actually once we see the models that are out there, decide that we want to do something else. On the other hand, if we proceed with caution, we wait to see the result of the trial that's currently in process to get a good evidence base. We wait to see actually what is on offer, and we can weigh up the risks and opportunities at that point. There's no loss. We're not at a worse point. We would have gained. We would have lost nothing, other than a chance to commit to something that we're not even sure we're going to want to do. I really would encourage councillors to think carefully on this one. And I think I would just like to repeat the wording of the substantive motion, or not the substantive motion, but I guess it is a substantive motion. The recommended motion is that we deliver age-friendly Darebin, aged care direct services, and explore council's future role in home care services. That is a strong commitment, and there's nothing wrong with sticking with that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Are there any further speakers? Councillor Lawrence?
Yes, Deputy Mayor Greco, Acting Chair. Look, it's sort of hard to deal with all the crisis we deal with in Australia, but aged care is a crisis of our own making, and also we saw the treatment of older people in COVID pandemic, not just in Australia but around the world. The Western world has gone down the wrong way of neoliberalism and privatisation to the point of the mortality rate is hundreds of thousands of people across the globe. In Australia itself, fortunately it was only 700 and 800 in the homes. So Morrison has blinked once and didn't do it last time because he thought it was a little bit too close and postponed this deregulation model. Our residents, older residents, took heart, and members of the Age Committee took heart in that we were doing a pilot project. They took heart that we would actually take action and remain one of the best providers of direct services in the state. It is over 80% satisfaction levels in our own council. It is the most popular and loved service in our council, because someone needs to stay even in a deregulated environment and stand up for quality care. And I would remind people, the whole deregulated model is that, we're going to let older people decide. Now, we know by dedicated staff and good quality staff serving a geographic location, we provide a superior service. We need to have the guts to stand by our older people, and we need to have the guts to stand by our best service. The council plan is reviewed each year. The jargon will disappear. October we'll have an election. I reckon Morrison will blink again. But we need to say, we've got something that works.
Councillor Lawrence, your time is up.
And stand up for it.
Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Acting Chair. Councillor Lawrence actually alluded to what I think is going to happen here. This is not a debate about whether or not we want to provide the best possible service options for our older residents. It's not a question, that's not what's up for debate here. It's actually about some words. And the reality here, and I'm glad that Councillor Hannan read out what is actually in the action plan proposed. The reality is that change is highly likely. We don't know what the change looks like. The wording that we have here in this proposed amendment locks us into one solution. It may be the best possible solution, but it may not be available. What we are seeing here is the moment in time where, and I could put money on the fact that this will go through, this amendment, right now, based on the pattern of all the other amendments. But I'm going to make the argument anyway, which is that we will be here in 12 months or 2 years or 3 years making an amendment to the council plan and adjusting the wording to suit whatever the new reality is. When we create when we set a council plan, we create an expectation in the community about what we are going to do. And my concern here is that we are actually misleading the community by talking about something that says we're going to do this when it may in fact not be.
Councillor McCarthy, could you just please withdraw the word misleading the community, because I don't think that the motion that's before us is actually misleading. So could you please withdraw
I'll withdraw
word
that,
misleading?
and I'll just state that it says here.
Councillor McCarthy, could you please withdraw?
I've withdrawn the term, and I'll state very clearly what it says.
Councillor McCarthy, can you please continue? Yes?
I am, yep. And I'll state very clearly what it says. For council to formally register to become a registered home care package provider. That is the proposed amended wording. We may not be able to do that. So when I refer to the council plan being the promise to the community of what we're going to do, I don't think we can promise to do this because of what I've just heard. And I don't think we should be putting wording in the plan that we cannot actually follow through on. I hope that we are in the best position to make the best decisions, but we cannot confirm that we can make that decision in the next 12 months, and we may have to change the wording. I'm just putting it out there. Councillors can do what they're going to do anyway.
Thank you, Councillor McCarthy. I think everybody has spoken. Councillor Williams, you've reserved your right to speak. Would you like to speak now?
Yes, thank you. Look, I'm very proud of this council, which has one of the highest, if not the highest standard of home care to people in this community, with no waiting lists compared to other councils. The federal government plans to integrate Commonwealth home support packages and home care packages, which is not a policy or a law. Sorry, which is a policy, not a law. We don't even know the ramifications of this transition and who will regulate the services, such as who will follow up with the community complaints. Darebin Council delivers an excellent home care assistance where many of our residents benefit from having continuous care, especially the quality of service, the skills of our staff to the aged residents, where the staff are well trained, very honest and reliable, that do an outstanding, excellent job. This council hires hundreds of people in this role alone in this service. It's important that this council continues being an aged care friendly city and continue working how best that this council can continue looking after our most vulnerable in our community. I strongly recommend and hope Darebin Council continue to be a voice for the most vulnerable in the community and continue supporting and keeping our elderly people in their home as long as possible. Don't make this a schmozzle like NDIS, the National Disability Scheme, which is still a hot topic and gives people in the community a bitter taste in their mouth just talking or thinking about it, as many, even years later where the NDIS has been implemented, are still fighting for their rights and going to VCAT to try and ensure that they get what they deserve. Don't make this happen to our elderly.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I think we've all spoken. Just before we put the motion, I'm just getting some clarity from our CEO in relation to process. Councillors, just before we put this to the vote, the governance rules allows the chair to actually say some words in relation to the motion. I'm not going to take up much time, but I just want to point out a few things. One is that the motion that's before us actually sets a clear direction for this council in relation to home care. If you've taken the time to read the Royal Commission report, particularly the executive summary, it says that home care is the central pillar of a dignified way of dealing with providing aged services before people go into residential care. As was mentioned, Darebin Council was the leader, not only in Victoria, but perhaps in all of Australia, in providing quality home care. So this actually sets a direction to the community through our plan, through our 4-year plan, that this is the direction that we're moving into. Yes, it's an open space in terms of how this sector will change, But all the evidence that I've seen, and I've read extensively in this area, home care packages will not be changing. That stream of funding will continue to be there. If it changes, then we'll have to adapt to what that change is. And we've done that in the past, councillors. In the previous council, we said we were going to set up the Darebin Nature Trust. And we're actually going to set up a trust. Look what we have now. We have an advisory committee. We adapted. We changed. So let's not be too pedantic about that particular point. And finally, I would say is that what's important in this motion is the direction that we are setting and the priority that we are making as a council in servicing our aged care residents. That a Royal Commission, 5 volumes, thousands of pages, have articulated how poor the service is and how quality service providers need to stay in the game. They're my comments, councillors. Now, having said that, and I was within the 2 minutes, I will now put this particular amendment, which was point number 10 and point number M, to a vote. So those in favour of the wording, as you see it there, raise your hands. So Councillor Lawrence in favour, Councillor Williams in favour, Councillor Dimitriadis in favour, and Councillor Greco in favour. Those against? Against. Councillor Newton, against Councillor Rennie, against Councillor Hannan, and against Councillor McCarthy. Councillors, it's a tied vote, and as the chair, I have a casting vote, and I'll be consistent with how I voted in the first place, and I'll be voting that this particular item is carried. Thank you, councillors. I'll go back and call the mayor to resume the meeting.
Hi, councillors. Can I ask for a motion for continuance, please? Moved by Councillor Rennie, seconded by Councillor Lawrence. How long? How many? Do you think half an hour?
A further half hour, thank you.
Right. All those in favour? It is carried. Noted. Thank you. Just catch my bearings. Just one moment. Councillors, the next report we have to consider this evening is item number 7.4, Draft Budget 2021-22. We await for the... Do we have
Sorry, no, we have to return to item 7.3. We haven't actually voted on the...
I moved it.
No, I seconded and with reserve my rights.
Thank you. I'm sorry.
You haven't voted on.
Yeah, we haven't finished the debate on 7.3.
Okay, so that becomes the motion. Would you like to... You've spoken to them. Who spoke? We've had so much since then, haven't we?
Only Councillor Newton has spoken to this.
Okay.
I'd reserve my rights, and then we move straight to the amendment by Councillor Dimitriadis, which is now dealt with, so we're back on the...
Yes. So who would like... Do we have any further speakers? As there are no further debate...
I reserve my rights, so
like
there are no speakers, I'll speak. It's not very often that this happens, but having seconded the motion that has now been amended, I now intend to vote against this council plan. And it's a draft plan, and I do that very reluctantly because, you know, this plan represents where we might land in 4 years' time and the work we might undertake. However, I have concerns, very significant concerns about what has happened to the council plan through the changes that were made. And I'm just going to outline a couple of those very briefly. Firstly, in relation to the 20 big actions that Councillor Dimitriadis has sought to highlight, I do not believe they reflect the desire of our community to see a strong response to the climate emergency. That desire to see that response and that focus came through very strongly in the consultation process that we have had and has now, I think, been demoted in level of importance.
Secondly, these amendments disempower our community. They shift the focus of the type of consultation we will do with community away from a deliberative one towards a collaborative one. And I'm very concerned about power and control and the way that that's exercised, and what I've seen is a council that is too concerned about holding on to control itself and fearful of giving our community a greater voice, and I think that reflects a fundamental lack of understanding about the role of councillors. I certainly see my role as one which is about governance and about facilitation of community input and consultation, and we've moved further from that with an amendment that disempowers community. Despite hearing for years that councillors wanted to go down the path of giving community more power, it seems that as soon as the community wants to have a voice, that people aren't happy letting go of a bit of power, and that concerns me.
10 seconds.
I'm also concerned about changes that reduce the scope of work we'll be able to do in addressing problematic drinking and smoking in our community, and I think those are just a small snippet of the alarming changes that have been made tonight and why I can no longer support this.
Thank you. Any further speakers, councillors? Get it right. No. Councillor Greco.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. Look, I'll make a few comments in relation to what has now become the substantive motion. I'm really pleased that that the amendment is now part of the substantive motion, because I think it enriches the plan, makes it broader, makes it more inclusive, and it actually speaks to a wider number of issues that the council will try to be dealing with in the next 4 years. So I commend the motion as it is now. I mean, we're talking about the redevelopment of the Reservoir Leisure Centre, prioritisation in relation to Edwards Lake, doing much more work there. We're talking about a new intercultural centre and ensuring that that takes place. We're also talking about NARC and making sure that that work is carried out, and we actually work through the construction phase of that. There's issues there about the Chamber of Commerce. It's a new idea for the city of Darebin, and I think it's quite well suited and needed, particularly at these times with the COVID impact. And also I'm really interested in how we're going to have a concentrated effort in relation to the East Preston and East Reservoir areas, and where we have a lot of focus on there. Also, I'd just like to say how the substantive motion, if you like, refocuses on multiculturalism and diversity, which is the asset of this city, and also in particular in relation to inclusion. And also I'd like to point out how this plan also tries to establish a stronger relationship with the Wurundjeri Corporation, and actually working with the Wurundjeri Corporation on a number of issues of mutual benefit, of which one could possibly be the handing back of land to the Wurundjeri. And finally, I'll just say that if we don't allow this to go to the community, we'll be denying the community and denying the opportunity for the community to actually have some input and have a say, and for them to judge whether we're on the right course or not.
Thank you, Councillor Greco. Do we have any further? Councillor Hannan.
Thank you, Mayor Messina. I'd like to make a few points just to explain my position on the now amended motion. I'm sorry to say that I cannot support the now amended motion because of the issues that I've raised earlier, and I won't go into them again, that basically that it does not reflect the many hours of work and discussion that we've all put into this. I would like to raise a few points that I particularly would support. I would support the wording that was actually agreed to in relation to our ongoing strengthening of supporting our relationship with the Wurundjeri Woiwurrung Corporation to develop a partnership with them to support the delivery of mutual goals. Mutual goals. I would strongly support the principle behind that there is nothing about our First Nations people without them, and that our job as council in this area is primarily to get behind and support their leadership. There are other elements of this plan that I would also like to support. basically, I would like to give praise to the amazing many pages of considered expert evidence-based planning that has gone into this, and the amazing commitment and dedication that our staff has shown in putting this together. The amendments, though I may not have agreed with them, actually are building on a very, very strong foundation. So when I vote, and I'll have to vote against this motion, I don't want it to be taken that I don't support the plan. It's an excellent plan based on the
4
substance
seconds.
of a very strong foundation of the amazing work of our staff teams.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hannan. Do we have any further speakers? Councillors, Councillor Lawrence.
Yes, Mayor Messina, thank you. Yes, it's good to come back to substantive motion and look at what we're talking about, which is a council plan that encompasses many things. I will be voting to support the council plan. Council plan has many issues that it tackles. As has been noted, it builds on solid foundations in terms of Solar Saver and other programs, real action to tackle climate change. It builds on our rewilding and other programs and objectives. But there is a change has occurred through the hard work that's been going on for 3 or 4 months now by both councillors and by staff and by community members. And we now have a council plan that incorporates things like economic development, encouraging a local economy, social justice measures, extra focus on multiculturalism and targeting some of our poorer postcodes. So it's got a good, for me, it's got a broader smorgasbord of issues there. Do I agree with all of those measures and all of those priorities? Well, possibly not, possibly 75%. But I'm not here to represent me. I'm here to represent the whole 160,000 across the city, which is a diverse population with commitments to the age, with commitments to climate change, with commitments to housing, and these issues are all followed up in this council plan. So I think it's a very broad council plan, and I think it certainly doesn't betray previous achievements in this council, whether they're in climate change space or whether they're in the aged care space.
10 seconds. Thank you, Councillor Lawrence. Are there any further speakers? Councillor McCarthy.
Thanks, Mayor. It's difficult to reconcile where we are right now because there is some pretty extraordinary work that's in this plan. There's some extraordinary work that is based on good research, evidence, policies, process. It's not just taken the last few months, but is in fact taken years to build up the organisational stamina to actually do things that make a big difference. Where we have arrived, though, is, I think, in a really challenging space because there has been an intervention tonight in the process that does not sit comfortably with me at all. In fact, it goes against that legacy of important work. To have, for instance, a shift in a shift in our focus on gambling and harm minimisation to advocacy rather than the action deeply disturbs me, and I do not understand why this has come about. I do not understand the basis for it. The absence of any reference
Can I raise a point of order? I think that's misleading. Apparently there's no changes to the gambling policy, that all the work's going to be covered.
I have to allow that, actually.
The words were
That's
changed.
incorrect.
Sorry, Mayor, but I politely disagree.
Actually, I have the final ruling, and I've looked at the commentary from the staff, and it's business as usual, Councillor McCarthy, because please retract your words. Please retract your statement. It is business as usual. I have it from the officers in writing.
The statement will be true if it related to alcohol and tobacco.
Did you have a question?
I think Councillor McCarthy...
We're in debate.
Councillor McCarthy was puzzled. I apologise. I just wanted to...
I'm puzzled, Mayor, because I don't understand why the word was changed. I've made that point. And
From
I don't want to debate
understanding,
with you as the
the
chair.
from
I'm
my
happy to withdraw. I'm happy to
I've
withdraw.
asked you to withdraw the statement because I
Withdraw
have
the statement.
commentary from the officers that indicates that it's business as usual. So I can go on the officer's recommendation, and I've asked the question, and you've all have it in writing. So please withdraw your comment,
I've
Councillor
withdrawn the
McCarthy.
comment, Mayor,
Thank
but
you.
I would stand by the comment that I'm puzzled as to why a word like that was changed. And that is, for me, the abrogation of good process, listening to officer advice, synthesising that, working together and finding a way forward. It disturbs me that that's where we've arrived, that we are wordsmithing things like this on the night of the council plan. What disturbs me, though, probably even more, is that when we have a list of big priority actions, they're not the big priority actions that were agreed to by all this group of councillors. And I'll be really frank, we could not agree on big priority actions. That's why they were not listed in the plan. It was very clear that some people felt very strongly that our continued action on the climate emergency and an identification of climate risk sat very clearly and very strongly there, but that was
10
not
seconds.
heard universally. And so, lo and behold, it does not appear in the proposed big priority actions. So I call on the community to make your voices heard. You've got a process
That's
here.
time. Thank
and
you,
I can't
Councillor
support it.
McCarthy. That's time. Are there any further questions? Any further councillors that wish to speak? Councillor Williams.
There are many things that are in this council plan, including 57.9 million capital works programs. We deliver things like projects and services, including 22,000 immunisations, library services, improvements to accessibility for people living with a disability. Over 130 hours of aged care services, programs and assistance. Planting over 4,500 trees, and 250,000 of those trees will be Indigenous plants. We have free registration for over 16,000 pets, maintenance of 56 sporting ovals and 30 kilometres of shared bike paths. We have the continuation and successful Solar Saver program for the installation of 100 solar systems for residential homes for up to the value of $2 million. Collections of 5,500 bins of 14,000 tonnes of green waste and 15,000 tonnes of recycling collected per year. Streetscapes and places improvements across the city, expand the funding for 3-year-old kinder programs, continue assertive outreach programs and support people rough sleeping and experiencing homelessness in Darebin. Develop a partnership with the Wiradjuri Corporation to support and deliver the shared objectives. Public infrastructures include things like your John Kay Memorial Reserve, sports opportunities, furthermore for women and children. My point is, as this plan covers more than what this council has ever done before. I know we've had COVID, I know that we've reached, I guess, a bar higher than we've ever had before, and I know that we've pushed not only councillors but officers to aim
10
for
seconds.
the sky. I think it's important that we continue aiming higher and that this council is not about your 3 Rs, which is your rubbish, roads and rates.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Are there any further speakers? Councillors, as there's no further debate, we'll put that item to... Oh, yes, of course, sorry. I brought to the attention of the CEO this house that we need to split this vote because there's 2 items in relation to aged care and I cannot be voting on those items. So we're going to split this off with item with the most amount of agenda items with the removal of the 2 definitions on aged care. So can we put those 2 separately aside? So do I have to leave the room for the vote?
Yeah, we'll have to.
So can I make a suggestion then, perhaps when I do read the room, that I ask for a procedural motion to debate item 9.1 while I'm out of the room, which is on aged care.
We need to deal with this first and then...
Yeah, well, what I'm going to say, if I may finish, I was going to suggest that we address the items on the amendment with the removal of the 9. No, I'll ask for, I'll vote for the item number with the majority of the amendments, and we'll vote on that and declare that finished. And then I'll move for a procedural motion, if I may, to address 9.1 after the voting of the aged care, and then I make a conflict, and that way I leave the room for those items. Okay. Sorry, we're just having a discussion. Okay, so councillors, that's what we're going to do. We're actually going to vote on the amendment on the screen that you've just debated without the specifications in relation to aged
Sorry.
care. It's a substantive motion, okay. In relation to, with the removal of those aged care. Then what I'm going to do is ask for a procedural motion to move 9.1 after the voting of the items on this particular item, a substantive motion with the references to aged care. And I'll get Councillor Greco to take my chair. Have you all?
Yep.
Yep, okay.
I just have a procedural question.
Sure.
I
know what you're going to ask because I've been thinking it too.
Procedurally, if you vacate the chair to deal with the small aged care item, can we then move a suspension of standing orders to get the 9.1 so you're out of the room? And anyway.
No, it's a procedural motion, I think. So messy.
Through you, Mayor, thank you for the question.
So messy.
My advice would be that whilst it does require you to leave the room and then come back to the room, I think the best process would be to put this matter to the vote, X the age-friendly home care information for whichever conflict, ask you to leave, ask the Deputy Mayor to take the chair, vote on that matter, ask you to come back in, take a procedural motion to change the order of the agenda.
Okay. I thought that was what you were asking, Councillor Lawrence. Okay. So, councillors, can we put the substantive motion to the vote? All those in favour? That's Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriou, Councillor Messina, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Greco. All those against, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Newton. That item is carried. So now I'm going to leave the room and I'm going to ask Councillor Greco to take the chair.
No debate. No.
Councillors, we are voting on, again, item number 10 and item M as on the screen. No debate, just a straight vote. So those in favour of those two points, put your hand up. Okay, I have in favour Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Williams, Councillor Demetriou and myself, Councillor Greco. Those against? I have Councillor McCarthy against, Councillor Hannan against, Councillor Rennie against and Councillor Newton against. Councillors, it's a tied vote again. As the chair, I have the casting vote. I'll be voting in favour of the motion as it appears there on the screen. So I declare that carried. How do we want to deal with item?
Yeah, so we're not going to do that. We don't need a procedural motion, then I'll come back to the room, we'll just wait to the end. Councillors, now next item on the agenda is the next report we have to consider this evening is item number 7.4, the draft budget 2021-22. Councillors, do we have any questions to the officers? So, Councillor McCarthy.
I'm not sure if it's a question to the officers, Mayor, or who the question is, but there's been some decisions in the previous items that have an impact on the budget. I'm just wanting to understand how they get picked up in the budget, whether there is a possibility of council adopting the recommendation as listed and noting the changes that have been picked up, or whether they need to be specifically listed.
Officers?
Through the Mayor, Councillor, our intention is, given the late change being made and understanding the implications of those changes, our intent would be to advise you to proceed with endorsing the budget, to proceed to community consultation, and during that consultation phase to explore the ways in which those particular items could be funded through the draft budget, either through addition or change.
Thank you. So just so I'm clear, because I'm looking at the motion that we have in front of us and wanting to understand whether an amendment needs to be made to the budget or whether the budget can just be adopted or put forward for public
That's what I heard.
consultation. Thank you.
Councillor Hannan, do you have a question?
Actually, it was the same question. Thank you.
Councillor Dimitriadis.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a question in regards to some of the items that have come up on the budget that weren't discussed in council meetings. In particular, I referred to shaded areas of certain playgrounds. So I don't recall that ever coming to in a meeting or anything. What was the process of getting things like that in?
Through you, Mayor. If I've understood, not working? Yes. If through you, Mayor, if I've understood the question, how's the shade sales been proposed? They came from a councillor request in the last 24 hours.
No, not that particular one. I think Councillor Dimitriadis was asking
the one
for
that
the
was
ones
already
in the budget.
The one that was already in the budget. So not the amendment, but the one that's already been included in the budget.
Through you, Mayor, is it the shade sale at a kindergarten in the Capital Works program?
Yes.
So that has been in the Capital Works program for many months. Councillors
I
have
don't
been...
recall that ever being discussed in any meeting that we've had or briefing. I'm wondering how it's come about all of a sudden in the budget.
Through you, Mayor, Council received quite a detailed briefing at the budget weekend on its Capital Works program. It was in that program on those days.
Councillor, sorry, I can also confirm that it's been in all of the documentation in briefings since the 22nd of February, which then proceeded in multiple variations through to now.
I'd also like to ask why that particular kindergarten was chosen to have shade sales but not any other kindergarten in Darebin.
Through you, Mayor Messina, it's part of our lease agreement with this particular kinder, and it's fulfilling our lease agreements, and it's also they've got no shade at the moment, and that's why we're doing this particular kinder.
Thank you. Councillors, do we have any further questions?
I do, Mayor Messina. Just on that point, I just want to understand. Yes, it was in the Capital Works program. I suppose the question really was, from what I gather, is how did it get into the Capital Works program in the first place?
Through you, Mayor Messina, Council has developed a 10-year Capital Works program which is reviewed annually. And from time to time, new priorities emerge. Councillors and Council adopts new policies and programs, and they get inserted into the Capital Works program. Councillors are then briefed on the Capital Works program, and we go through it line by line, as you know. So that's an annual process. It's not a new process. That begins from about August of the previous year.
Through you, Mayor, I'd just add, councillors, that with regard to maintaining our kindergarten stock, it's like all of our buildings, it's part of a rolling program of upgrades and building maintenance. Over the last couple of years, there have been a couple of kinders that have had issues with tree root damage, so we've had to rebuild their play spaces. This is just part of that annual maintenance program, rolling program of upgrading and updating facilities so that they're contemporary, which is consistent with all of the classes of buildings that we have.
Councillors?
I just have a supplementary question, if I may. I really want to understand how it actually found itself into the Capital Works program. Was it a request from the community? Was it a request from a councillor? Was it part of a notice of motion? You know, how does it find itself in the council? You know, what's the evidence base behind it therefore being in the Capital Works budget? I just want to get some clarification on that, if I may.
Thank you, and again through you, Mayor Messina. So this is a requirement of our lease with this particular community-based kinder. So it came up through our work with the kinder sector across Darebin. And officers put it forward. It then got incorporated into the Moscow, that then came, as my colleagues have mentioned, through to council to the various briefing sessions. That's how it's arisen. It's part of our lease agreement, so we have to do it. It's a requirement of the lease, and it's also, I believe, a good thing to prevent children, getting exposed to sun.
Councillor, can I ask our officers a question? In relation to the council budget, how many shade sales are there in the budget at the moment? Because I think the reason I'm asking that question is that councillors are getting confused in relation to this being an item rather than it being raised by an individual councillor. So the item that you're addressing is something that has gone through proper process. It is not an advocacy position by a councillor. So I just need to make that clear.
Through you, Mayor, can I just confirm, just perhaps it will help, items don't get on the 10-year capital works plan if a councillor asks for them to be added. That just does not happen. The list is endorsed by council and based on the advice. If councillors decide to make additions through the chamber, then that's how that happens. It is not a wish list for councillors. As you know, councillors individually have no authority and can't influence a list like that. So I just want to reassure you that these things are not subject to political intervention.
Thank you. Now, councillors, do we have any more questions to the officers? If not, can I ask for a motion? Councillor Rennie.
I'm happy to move the officer recommendation.
Happy to second it.
Seconded by Councillor McCarthy. Would you like to speak to the recommendation, to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Messina. This has been a difficult process coming up with a first-year budget, and I'd have to say, there are things in there that I very much like and things that I have concerns about. But I'm going to focus on the things that I think are fantastic and that are much awaited by our community, and I'd particularly like to acknowledge and thank a couple of members of our community who have come tonight because they're very keen on one of our flagship programs over the next couple of years, which is, of course, the rebuilding of the Northcote Aquatic and Recreation Centre. I am passionate about this program because I think it will contribute significantly to the health and wellbeing of the community in Darebin. We know that the centre is much loved by people right across the municipality, but it's also become extremely run down. And the redevelopment of this centre has been years in the making, and I've certainly been following it closely and championing that we end up with a really quality facility. It's not the only quality facility that we've budgeted for in this budget. I'm also really delighted that the multi-sport stadium is going to be completed. That's another project that has been a decade in the making, and it's a good couple of years ahead of NARC in its redevelopment, but it will be fantastic to see that be delivered. So these projects are important. They're intergenerational infrastructure, and I think that it's the legacy of any council down the track when people say people are proud to live in the municipality because they have facilities that are beautiful, are well designed, and meet the needs of our growing community. Other things in the budget that I think are noteworthy and which I hope our community will respond to, there are significant economic stimulus measures here to promote spending in local businesses. That's a specific COVID response, and I hope that that's well received. I confess I have some reservation about the amount of money we're spending in that area as opposed to putting more into infrastructure, and I really welcome the views of our community on this. So the next step in the process of our budget is for it to go to community consultation. I will be listening to what the community has to say about this budget, whether they think we've got the balance right, and hopefully they will. Hopefully they will come back to us and say, yes, this is exactly what we want, and we can see that as a council we have been really mindful to try and make sure there is something for everyone in this year's budget particularly in terms of looking after people in our community who are vulnerable. So I'm very pleased with the measures, particularly to give
10 seconds.
An economic stimulus voucher to people who are on job seeker payments. I think that that is a really noteworthy measure to return some value to members in our community who might be struggling.
Thank you, Councillor Rennie. Are there any further speakers? Councillors?
I'm the seconder. I'll reserve my right. Just a moment.
Are there any further speakers, councillors? Councillor Greco.
Mayor Messina, I have an amendment that I'd like to put in relation to this particular item on the budget. I've sent it through, so hopefully it will come up on the screen.
Councillor Greco, I just want you to have a look at item B and C.
We have to correct some of the wording.
Yes,
I can see it there now. Yep, the part that's highlighted, those 3 points. I would like the first point to remain. In relation to the second point, to remove that. And in relation to the C point, is just to change the wording slightly on that, where it says, as part of the 2021/2022 annual community grants program, allocate, remove the word additional, $200,000. And then to remove for allocate 200,000 and remove the words for a new grants stream. Okay, so I'll just check the wording of that again. As part of the 2021-22 annual community grants program. Yes, it should say allocate $200,000. Sorry, allocate $200,000 to increase the participation in sport and recreation with a focus on women and girls, people. Yep, and I think that captures. Correct me if I'm wrong, officers. What I'm trying to do there is not to have an additional $200,000 that within the community grants program, that where we dedicate $200,000 for the increased participation of those particular vulnerable groups.
Yes, that's my reading too.
If that's the reading, then that's the amendment that I like to
do.
move.
Do we have a seconder for Councillor Greco's amendment? Oh, is it acceptable to the mover and the seconder?
No.
Would you like to speak to the motion, Councillor Greco?
Just very briefly, I'll just cover off on these 2 points. And in relation to extending the 6 months subsidy for special rates, we've had conversations of this in various briefings, and whether to have 6 months or 12 months. I err towards 12 months, where we actually subsidise the special rate charge for 12 months. Why is that? The amount is $175,000. That will be money that will be going to 4 precincts in our city where there's a special rate charge in relation to those commercial precincts. And it's money well spent by the traders in terms of helping them to promote their particular shopping precinct. And particularly in a time like this, where we're slowly coming out of the COVID crisis, and where we actually provide that money to the traders' associations, because I believe that they know best how to use that money to promote their particular shopping precincts. So rather than doing it just for 6 months, here what I'm proposing is that we do it nicely and cleanly for a whole 12 months and to provide that additional relief for them. In relation to the second point about allocate $200,000 of the community grants budget, that where it focuses on increasing the participation in sport and recreation of those particular groups. I think that's important. We know, I mean, the evidence is there that the participation rates of certain sections of our community, particularly people from culturally and linguistically diverse backgrounds, and also Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, and also particularly women and girls, is very low. We need extra charge, extra impetus in ensuring that those numbers straighten themselves out, and that also that we help to close the gap. The way to do that is that we have to put money where our mouth is. You know, one thing is to advocate for that. One thing is to talk about those issues. One thing is to encourage. But clubs and groups are looking for direction from us, and they're looking for resources from us in how we could do that. We've had an example of that in relation to the Darebin Falcons, where we've committed nearly $300,000 for them to do that sort of work. Let's extend that model and that principle, because I think it's quite revolutionary, to other clubs and other associations to increase the participation of those particular groups. So I'm hoping that councillors will support this amendment to the budget.
Thank you. Before we go to Councillor Williams, can I please have a motion to extend the time? Moved by Councillor Williams, second by Councillor Rennie. All those in favour? It is carried unanimously. Thank you, Councillor Williams. Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Excuse me, Mayor. I'm sorry to interrupt. Did we have an opportunity to ask questions on this amendment?
We already entered into debate. I would allow a question.
Could I ask a question, please? Thank you.
I'll allow it.
Look, I'll be brief. My question is actually the same question that I asked about at the council plan stage, but it did not cover this, these additional costs. They were not covered in the council plan item. So my question is, on the same basis, if we accept these additional costs, especially 1A, presumably would definitely be in the first year of our next annual budget. What will the estimated, I understand it's difficult to give an exact position, estimated position be for the budget? Will there be any surplus to have in contingency for a community open offer for community submissions, or will we in fact go into deficit in the next financial year? Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mayor. With the way the budget surplus at the moment is $4.2 million. The way I read that amendment is an additional $175,000, because the $200,000 is not additional, it's part of the community grants. So as part of the budget process now, it's a 4-year process. So for this year, or for next year's budget, that surplus at the moment would reduce by $175,000 based on the amendment at the moment. And over that 4-year period, so year 2, year 3, year 4, we may be able to find some of that money that we're budgeting for in years 2, 3 and 4. Also, between now and when the budget's out on exhibition, we're also going to internally look for ways where we could find that money as well. And as was mentioned previously, that if we don't find that money, then we may have to look at some projects to enable us to fund any money that's requested through the exhibition process.
Can I just ask a follow-up for explanation, understanding? So my understanding is it may be that the only way to fund this change is to reduce the surplus such that we heard earlier on the meeting that the $4 million is there. It's actually allocated to future capital expenditure, so major capital expenditure. If we're eating into that this year, it may be that we need to eat into that this year, which basically leaves us less money for next year, or somewhere over the 4 years of the plan. Just want to check, is that correct, that understanding?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mayor. So for the budget this year, if that 175,000 was included, it would impact the surplus for this year. But then for year 2 and 3 and 4, because it's a 4-year budget, we would then have to identify savings based on what we've got at the moment to bring us back to a financial sustainable position that we've budgeted for.
Thank you. Councillor McCarthy.
Sorry, I've just got a question that's arisen from what I've just heard. In relation to 1B, the proposal is to take $200,000 out of the existing tranche that's allocated to community grants. So can we understand what would be left in community grants? So what's the total that we've got allocated for community grants, and therefore what would be $200,000 be leaving us with?
Thanks for the question. Through you, Mayor Messina. So with the community grant program at the moment, budget is 980,000. Of that, 400,000 is committed to 3-year grants, and we're in year 2. So that would leave just over roughly 400,000, 420,000. And then of that, if we were to use 200,000 of that 420-odd thousand, it would leave just over 200,000 the community grants budget.
And sorry, can I just be clear on that? So just over $200,000, that's for all the other grant categories apart from the 3-year organisational funding?
Yes, that's what I heard.
Okay, thank you.
Councillors, do we have any further questions?
I've just got a request. Can we vote on 1A and B separately?
Yeah, okay. So, Councillor, are there no further comments? Councillor Williams, would you like to comment?
I'd like to hold back on speaking.
We're going to go to the vote.
Oh, okay. All right. I'd just like to say that in reference to COVID, the last 12 months has been quite difficult for... The impacts have been huge, whether you've been a renter, job seeker, residents, everybody's been impacted one way or another. But those, with this amendment actually helps those who are whacked with the special charges. We've had it in the budget previously to give a 6 months waive, but this will actually alternatively give a full 12 months, which actually is a bit of a breather for a lot of traders. And while they're trying to get back on their feet and our economic development, this would just give that extra support for those Darebin traders. In reference to the community grants, I think it's empowering to ensure that those who are looking at getting grants, that they apply for them. And having the programs that allow them to feel that they can apply for these grants, but most importantly, a lot of the clubs feel a bit like, it may not be worth applying. And I think it's important that we hold a bigger carrot will actually entice people to ensure that they continue, or those who haven't done so previously, to actually get more involved. Because at the end of the day, we want more girls, more women, those with disabilities or any type of abilities that are playing on our fields, especially for those with different backgrounds, the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islands. We want to be more inclusive. We seem to be having a gap between girls and those with from a different diverse background are not playing as much sport. So we want to try and include those people as much as possible. So I very much support my fellow councillor in extending this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. I've had some indication that there is some there is some appetite to split the items separately.
Sorry, Mayor Messina, I haven't had a chance to speak to the amendment.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. It's my intention to vote against both components of this amendment. I'm really alarmed that at this late stage, after once again months of budget preparation, we're proposing additional expenditure of this kind. But quite specifically, the proposal to add $175,000 through waiving the special rates charge is concerning to me, because I actually think it's a double up of support that we're already providing through the voucher system. So
the vouchers that are going to be hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of small business and economic resilience support are going to go most particularly to the sort of traders that are in these centres. The traders opt in collectively to be part of the special charges. They could opt out. They opt to be part, and they are at the same time going to be the most significant beneficiaries of this, our voucher scheme. So that's concerning. And make no mistake, if we spend another $175,000 here, that will be part of a pavilion that doesn't get built down the track. We cannot have everything. And I can guarantee that there are members of our community who are desperately waiting for their pavilions to be upgraded, for their playgrounds to be built, for a whole lot of other stuff. So there's two very significant reasons, I think, why we need to look carefully at that. With respect to the second part, whilst I appreciate
the other thing also is there was no time clock.
Yeah, it's too late.
And it's too late, and there was a point of order. A point of order in terms of I'm going to do a point of order in relation to your comment in relation to opting out. Traders do not. They're misleading. Traders do not opt in.
What I meant by that is they have a
It is part of
vote.
their lease agreement. It's something that they need to pay. It is not something they opt in or opt out. So we need to be clear.
Collectively, they vote on whether they wish
where they allocate the money, but they need to pay the money. So that's just a little bit misleading.
It's my understanding that they actually vote as to whether they wish to have a traders association.
The marketing levy is different to a traders association. So they do have to pay a levy. It's part of an agreement that they need to pay that levy. So it's not something they can opt in or opt out.
I don't want to enter a debate. Perhaps we could ask the officers. It's my understanding that...
Well, I need to call that out because we've called that out all evening.
Could we seek advice on that?
Absolutely.
Through you, Mayor, so a special charge is something that council is declared on behalf of a group of traders. It's subject to an advertising process, so it's a collection of like-minded businesses, geographically usually. We have 4 across the city of Darebin, and they do have to choose to be in it. So, and then once the special rate is declared, all of the businesses within that geographic area are charged that rate, so they don't have a choice. So I actually think both points of view are correct.
They have no choice. Yeah. Thank you. They have no choice.
Thank you. And when I said they choose, I was referring to the process Ms Wilkinson just talked about. So that's my concern about that 175. In relation to
I think that's time now, Councillor Rennie, because you actually, there was no time clock and it went a lot over then.
Can I just 30 seconds on the second point, because I haven't had the benefit of having time, and I'm typically very good at sticking to time when the clock is up.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm concerned that effectively we have just over 400,000 in community grants, and that we're proposing actually to halve that by allocating 200,000. I have no objection to considering grants for sporting clubs. I think it's probably a good thing. I think it would be a better process for us to have a review of our grants program and look at that, because the remaining 200,000 will have to then be split between environmental, equity and arts. That's 3 grant categories. I would suggest it would be more equitable if we're going to introduce a 4th category to actually share the money equally. And that is what we could do if we had a different process, which was to refer this to a review of the community grants program, which is more appropriate.
Thank you. Would you like to speak, Councillor Lawrence?
Are there questions?
No. We're into a debate. There's no questions. We're actually, do we have any further comments?
No, I won't speak. I had a question about that figure.
No more questions. We're actually into a debate. So now we're going to split the items. So all those who want to support item number 1, as number A, all those in favour? That's carried by Councillor Williams, Councillor Dimitriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco and Councillor Lawrence. All those against, Councillor Hannan, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Newton and Councillor Rennie. All those, and now we're going to vote on item number B. All those in favour?
C.
Sorry, what was it? B?
It's B.
Right.
B. Councillor Williams, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Messina, Councillor Greco, Councillor Lawrence and Councillor Newton. All those against, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannan.
I'm abstaining.
You're abstaining. Okay, I just wanted to note this. So that was a vote for abstaining from Councillor McCarthy. That item is carried. Councillors, now we go back to the substantive motion. The budget.
Can I move that the motion now be put?
Yeah. All those in favour? It's Councillor Williams, Councillor McCarthy, your hand is up. Yeah. Councillor Demetriadis, Councillor Messina, Councillor Newton, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Rennie and Councillor Greco. Oh, and Councillor Hannan now too. Okay. That item is carried unanimously. Can I just...
Sorry, just from...
Oh. Sorry. It's late. I'm tired. All those who are wanting to support this particular substantive motion, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Before we move to the next item, I'd like to say a few words, if I may. I want to say thank you to the endless hours. Oh, that's okay. Carry on. I want to say thank you to the endless hours, not only from our officers, but also from the councillors and especially from our officers. We've been brainstorming for months and months and months and coming up with various scenarios on how we can, first of all, support our community, how we can support our traders. There is some creative strategic thinking that the officers have assisted with us. They have guided us. We have stretched them for hours and hours, and I just want to take a moment to say thank you. Thank you for your persistence. Thank you for the long hours that you've spent to deliver this particular council plan, this council budget, and also to go through the deliberative panel. We don't have a magic wand to make everybody happy. It's not going to be one of those cases where you're going to be able to pull the rabbit out of a hat. Challenging times calls for challenging situations, and that's why I hope the community will find this budget that will stimulate the microeconomy, and I'm hoping that it'll be favoured by the community. I want to say thank you thank you to the officers. Thank you for your hours of dedication and work. To the councillors who sat through all those questions. It was very, very long time. I mean, I know most of you are probably sitting through it until 3 a.m. like I was last night. So thank you again for your dedication, your passion and your commitment to the City of Darebin. Councillors, now we move over to the next item on the agenda. (7.5), which is... Just one moment. Approval of Maryland Council allowance for public display. Councillors, do we have any questions to the officers? Councillor Greco.
Yeah, I just have one question through you, Mayor Messina, to our officers, just so that we are absolutely clear what we're voting for. My understanding is, and please correct me, officers, we're not actually voting for an increase in the council allowance or the mayoral allowance. We are voting for the existing council allowance and mayoral allowance, and which may be subject to change when the new remuneration tribunal is set up to establish what the allowances are. Can we get some clarification on that?
Certainly, Councillor. Through the Mayor, just for clarification, the new Local Government Act requires us to determine what the level of remuneration for councils will be within 6 months of the election, and so this is the process we're going through tonight. There is not an increase for councils at this point in time. The level of council remuneration at Darebin has been stable since 2019, late 2019. There wasn't any change last year by the Minister due to COVID. And so at this stage we're waiting on the first tribunal decision to be made in terms of council remuneration. That's likely to happen later this year. So at this stage it's simply making a determination around the level that councils will be positioned at. At Darebin previously that has been at the top level of the band that applies to our council, and that's the decision tonight. The current remuneration listed in the report is the same that has been in place since December 2019.
Thank you. Councillors, are there any oppositions to this particular item 7.5?
I'm happy to move it on the basis.
I'm going to suggest we go straight to the vote. All those in favour? That motion is carried unanimously. Councillors, Item 8, consideration and response to petitions and notice of motions and general business. My understanding there are none. Councillors, notice of motion to item number 9, aged care services. I'm going to vacate this seat and declare a conflict and ask the Deputy Mayor to take my.
Councillors, we're looking at item 9, notices of motion, and there's one notice of motion there, 9.1, which is in relation to aged care services. Councillor Dimitriakis, you're moving the motion?
Yes, thank you.
Before you move the motion, is there councillors have any questions in relation to the motion? I apologise, Councillor Dimitriakis. Questions in relation to this notice of motion? Oh, okay. Councillor Dimitriakis is moving. Seconder? I saw Councillor Lawrence. Councillor...
Thank you, Mayor.
McCarthy.
Sorry, thank you, Deputy Mayor. My question arises based on information we heard earlier this evening in relation to the work that's required to be done on this matter to identify a preferred way forward, but also the timeframe that exists based on the federal government's decision or not decision or options. Point 6 refers to a council report in May 2021. And I'm just wanting to understand through you to our officers whether it is possible to give a substantive response to us by May 2021 in relation to this matter.
Councillor McCarthy, could I just interrupt you? We just have a bit of a situation. Can we just halt the meeting for a little while? It's allowed by the governance rules. So I think we were at the question time, but in order to expedite this, the councillors have sort of organised amongst themselves to put the motion. Councillor Dimitriakis is moving. Councillor, who was seconding?
I second.
Councillor Lawrence was seconding. So Councillor
It was just a
Dimitriakis.
small amendment to remove the date, May 2021, about the receiving the report.
Okay, and what date have we put there?
We won't put a date, so...
Okay. Yeah. All right, is that okay with you, Councillor Lawrence?
Yes.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
in May 2021 goes out.
Yeah.
Those 3 weeks. That's it.
Okay, councillors. Look, I propose that that the motion be put. We've had a bit of a debate already on this issue, and for expediency, we'll just put the motion. So those in favour of the motion as it appears, please. I just want to wait for Councillor Williams to come back into the chamber. Can somebody please call Councillor Williams? Okay, Councillor Williams, if you can resume your seat. We have a motion before us. We have a mover and a seconder. We're not having any debate. We're putting the motion to a vote. Just give you the opportunity to have a look. There's been a slight change. We've removed the date when the report will come back to us, and we're just leaving it open so that officers have a bit of flexibility in getting this report back to council. Okay, Councillor Williams. Okay, so those in favour of the motion as it appears, please raise your hand. Okay, so in favour, Councillor Lawrence, Councillor Rennie, Councillor Hannan, Councillor Williams, Councillor McCarthy, Councillor Dimitriadis, and myself, Councillor Greco. Those against, Councillor Newton. Okay, that is carried, councillors. We'll call the Mayor in to conclude the meeting.
Good evening, councillors. Once again, we go back to the agenda and item number 10, urgent business. My understanding there are none. Item 11, reports of standing committees. I understand there are none. 12, summary of meetings. I understand there are none. And 13, item 13, reports by mayors and councillors. My understanding that there are none at all. Item 14, consideration of reports considered confidential. There are none. Item number 15, close of meeting. Thank you. I now declare the meeting closed at 11:03 p.m. Thank you, councillors. Thank you, officers and people in the gallery who stayed all night and listened to the debate. And I'm saddened by the ending of what's just occurred. So I hope you all have a pleasant evening and get some restful sleep. And thank God that that there are members in the community that we can still assist.